just gone. That and a lot of the stuff that goes on field day, gone. But this stuff, where what I base it on is if you take the average person, all right, they're curious, they're kind of like, so what's this all about? And they watch this, you can follow it. You can actually follow it. Like, no one's using any weird Q terms. No one's talking about any wacky stuff. They get it. It's like, wow, a bunch of people hanging out. So if you can pull that off, which I think you can, if you can pull that off to get people saying, wow, I get this. I'm not feeling alienated by it, or I'm not going, I don't know what the hell these people are talking about. Big turn off. So as long as that doesn't happen and they get interested, I could see that being very effective. So that's what I think is really cool about the video application, the video portal to ham radio, N1BCG.
Yeah, it's well, the other thing about it is we all run pretty high quality audio, so it sounds way more human than a lot of other ham radio. We all have good signals, so it's like, just kind of putting it where you can get it. And all the other stuff, it's hard to follow. I mean, it's all like I don't know, this is just more human.
Exactly. Well, yeah, and then you've got these guys, a lot of them, and I'm fine with saying guys, because it's like no women doing videos. Now, that would be nice. Hey, Carrie, if you're listening, you know what? Ow. Damn, you know what? No, I don't think this is an original idea. I think this came up last time she was on. I think Ladies Night should have a Twitch stream or a streaming YouTube channel or something like that. That would be fun. But the bottom line is there's only 3% licensed ham radio operators who are YLs. They don't do streaming video. But what the hell was I going to say? Well, anyway, the whole thing is that this is a good connection because it is very normal. You're right. You're not talking like, weird sounding voices or people using weird terms or stuff like that. So make that connection, make the connection. If people say, hey, that actually looks fun, I get it, then that's a plus. Because because you look at all these other videos out there, do a search for ham radio video or amateur radio video, and what is it? It's some zany guy with a big smile on his face and his cap on with his call sign and his, hi, my name is N1BCG name tag, and, a wall of equipment behind him. It's like, today we're going to contact the guy in Albania. Watch this. I'm going to call CQ Albania. And then the video is an hour and a half long, and by the end, he's never contacted anybody. Yep, I file that I give that kind of video a B, as in boring. So what's this? Perry and I stream Ladies Night on our Facebook live stream. Yeah, okay, but what I'm saying by that is Carrie should have a camera there. People should be able to, people ought to, well, I guess they can hear that they're ladies. That should be enough, but all right. Well, I've said enough, but that's my feeling on effectively using video to promote amateur radio and not all the high, dopey-ass fine business crap that's going to turn people off on BCG.
Couple more points. We use AM. So, you see that pause I did right there? I can do that on AM. And on sideband, you have to talk, and you have to keep talking, and no matter what, if you're saying something, you got to keep, the average level of the audio up. And so on sideband, everybody kind of talks like this until they're done. No, that's crap. AM is relaxed. You speak normally. There's no reason not to. The other thing is, we're not... using a bunch of Q codes and this and that and jargon and all this stuff. We're just talking like we were talking to each other on the phone, which every human being on Earth does. So it's a lot more relatable in that terms and in those terms. And as far as ladies' night, yeah, I don't live stream that. I don't usually get on the radio for that. Because I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Like they said in the chat there's already people that stream that. And, well, I'm not going to copycat that. So I just do my own thing. So I don't involve, the ladies' night stuff in what I do at all. Because there's already somebody promoting it that way. So, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Note the dead air here because hi Gary, people complain about the fast ping and stuff. Well, okay, so I'm going to drop the carrier again and see if someone else wants to get in. That's going to be coming down in 3, 2, 1.
Well, hell, I'll jump on in, Clark. How's everybody doing? KD2 AFV. Just got my mini split air conditioner going in my barn. It's nice and comfy here.
There you go, Bill. I guess you've got a point.
Yeah. See that, Clark? Hey, Toby, how you doing? And yeah, that's a very, very good addition to that shack. I was wondering about that. Chilling out, literally, with the mini split. I have to get one of those, man, and I have to put it in that transmitter room. Because, once we hit, like, midsummer, it's going to get stupid in there. W2BTK on Montana Mountain, right here in beautiful New Jersey.
Well, Billy, they're not all that expensive. The one I got, it's 18,000 BTU, and it is way, way oversized for in here. But this barn doesn't have the best insulation in it, so I figured I'd go big or go home. It was only, I think, $700 for it. It's not an inverter one. I don't know why, but when I see inverter, I see inverter and I just think, oh, damn, that might be noisy, RF-wise. So got the cheapo. It's a Mr. Cool. So nice off-brand one, but it does the job right now. I mean, real easy to put in. Just hang the thing on the wall, set the unit outside, run power out to it, run your line sets out there, throw a vacuum pump on it for about half an hour, and open up the valves, and you got AC. And it does heat too. It'll do that thing where it reverses the pump. So what the heck's it do? It pulls heat from the outside even when it's really cold out, and then it releases it into the room. But it's only good down to, like, I think 15 to 20 degrees outside temperature, so it won't work when it's, bitterly cold. But having the ability just to take the chill off, it's pretty nice. KD2 AFV.
Very cool. Yeah, you got a good setup over there, Toby. As far as, like, shacks I've been to and seen, I really like that setup.
Haha, very cool.
Oh, it's not just very cool, Clark. It's Mr. Cool. You got to get it right. And, well, Billy, you got a nice setup up there. You got your whole place to yourself up there. You can do whatever the heck you want in there. And that's one of the reasons I got room to do it in here, is I got kind of this whole barn just for me. But, at least you got indoor plumbing. All I have is a running sink. I don't have a toilet yet.
Well, luckily, unless you got to go number 2, all you got to do is walk outside. We come with external plumbing, being males and all. Excuse me. So it's not that bad, as long as you don't got to go boom, boom.
Yeah, and if I do, it's not that far of a drive. My house is, I think, 700-800 feet away, so it's not that bad. It's just, when it's really cold outside, like, if it's one of them, like, 40-degree days where it's downpouring rain out there, it'd be really nice to have an actual bathroom in here.
All you need is a small wooden shack with a door on the front and a moon cutout on the top.
There you go, Clark. I could do it too, probably. I just don't feel like digging that big of a pit. I think I'd rather hang a urinal on the wall in here and run a drain line into a gray drain.
Oh, if you had to do it on the cheap, just go get a porta potty.
Yeah, but then you got to get it pumped, and when the sun starts beating down on that thing, it gets all warm. I don't know. That sounds like a lot of hassle. Billy's idea is kind of the best one. External plumbing. I can just go outside.
Oh, yeah, but he was also referring to boom booms. So I'm thinking, if you had one of those wooden shacks, I always put like a stool and a bucket in there, and then it's only you, and you can deal with
it. I could, but I don't want to.
No, I know, but I just think, I don't know if you played lacrosse in school, but you could always, dispense with it way out into the woods with a lacrosse stick.
Oh, that would be interesting. I think I'd rather just go out in the cow pasture that's, quite literally 5 feet outside the door of this barn is the cow pasture. I'll just go out and add to one of the cow patties.
Yeah, they won't mind.
Hey, Clark, people in the chat are commenting on your clack when you key up, and they dig it. I miss my clack. It happens too far away to be picked up by my mic now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I should try to do something. Oh man, I've got all the anti-clack going on here, and it still does it. My apologies. But you know what? It may not go on forever because I'm kind of mulling over this idea, something which I thought would make life for me and ham radio so much easier. What I would do is do something really outrageous, like something so offensively illegal on the air that I ended up having my license pulled. So now I have no license. Now I can take all my ham gear and put it up on eBay and actually make money off of ham radio. Imagine that. So that would be my second stunt. And then the third thing I'd do is I'd set up a streaming channel, Twitch, YouTube, or whatever, and just do a video of me and a receiver and dial around, tune into different QSOs, and make comments. Or like Mystery Science Theater-esque. And I could sip on rum, smoke cigars, and comment about everything that I'm hearing. And I'd call what would I call the channel? Oh, I call the channel something like Canned Ham. Clever, huh?
Excuse me, I'm eating. Content filter. The clack. The clack. The clack is style. It's ham radio style. You do not want to get rid of the clack. The clack indicates the size of your transmitter is utterly huge. In order to key it up, small, sweaty men in loincloths are laboring to throw a giant lever, which goes kaboom, turning on the power of the generating station.
Suddenly, a bear wandered into the campground. Pandemonium ensued.
See, Clark, this is why I had that one chat reward thing. It's stuff like that. And Bear, I've got a big clack, but it's in the other room, and I don't want to hear it, and I don't want to put it out over the air, because it's, I'm comfortable with the size of everything else besides my transmitter.
No, it's not the point. It's a thing. It's a thing. Historically, traditionally, it's a thing. It's always been a thing. Ah, well, you'll figure it out.
I need to get one of those things.
What things?
MFJ sells it. It's called the kilowatt clack.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want a kilowatt clock. Right now I got a 70-watt clock from my Viking 1. And I don't think it's much of a clock at all.
Well, ask Clark about it. I mean, Clark.
Good one.
Okay, that's all I got, folks. My writers are still on hiatus, and that's all I got. WB2GCR.
He's content challenged.
Okay, fine.
And happy day Thursday to all.
Yes, happy Thursday from W2BTK.
You have to get up in the morning and look for your choppers. You'll know all about the famous clap. You'll know everything there is to know about it because you have lived through it just like the big one.
You gotta pray that you make it that long. You know what I'm saying?
What?
You know, when they fire off those 10-inch big ones, you know, off the battleship Missouri, and the whole deck rocks back and forth and buckles a little bit, you get that clack when they close the door on the chamber.
We comparing clacks again?
Doctor, I have a problem. Every time I go somewhere, I hear a clack.
Well, my clack's bigger than yours.
That's from the pile drivers. They're used to it.
Anyway, good evening, gentlemen and gentlemets. If there's any gentlemen, that's a lady if you didn't know. W3M1.
Hello, Perry, KC2, CWM, Richie on Long Island.
Hello, Richie. Good evening to you, and good evening, Bear, Clark. I think our Billy. I know there was a few others out there, but anyway, just getting in. Just got showered with my new Dr. Squatch soap, and got a couple chicken pot pies. W3 MMI.
No, you heard me.
Yeah, but you forgot me, Perry. KD2 AFB.
Well, hi, Toby. I didn't hear you. I thought I heard Billy, and I guess I was right. And hello, Toby. Sorry, Toby. Sorry.
I can feel the lack of the love. Oh, man. Now I'm not going to send that ice cream tub down your way.
Man. I'm sorry. But for anybody who doesn't know, Dr. Squatch soap, yeah, all those funny ads you see on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that, it's worth every cent. I just got 2 bars of it in the mail yesterday, and it's these 2 showers the past few days have been the most cleansing showers I've ever had.
I have to do something about that. I don't like it when people think they hear me. I want people to know they hear me. W2BTK.
I'm definitely there now. No doubt about that. Man, I think that was Richie. You and Billy doubled a little bit there. Yep, Dr. Squatch, man. I'm telling you, you guys got to get on it. I got the Pine Tar Squatch soap. And I didn't think I'd be a bar soap kind of guy because I've been using, shower gels for years. But I'm telling you what, man, this stuff is the bee's knees.
Hey, there's nothing like Ivy soap.
Nah, this isn't your grandpa's Ivory soap, man. This stuff smells like man. This smells like ascent to the wilderness. This smells like a Sasquatch. You know, this smells like pine tar. This smells like man, not grandfather.
Whatever happened to the Irish Spring?
That's the stuff they whittle whales out of in jail. This stuff you wash yourself with. Does anybody remember that in art class in school when they told you to bring in a bar of soap and you can carve something out of it?
No, I brought in a brick of marijuana.
What about the marijuana?
Yeah, a nice compressed brick of marijuana, and you can shape it how you like.
Amen to that. I might have to fire up the 811 rig after this pot pie. Been on a pot pie kick. What's going on, Toby? How's things in Tobyville? I like your new truck.
Ah, thanks, Barry. Yeah, the Chevy Colorado. The darn thing had been back to the dealership since I've owned it. I owned it for close to 3 years. And it went back to the dealership almost a dozen times for emissions-related issues. You know, it's all still under warranty, but it just kept having problems. So I just got fed up with it, you know. Figure I'll just get, a half-ton gasser. I still got a big 3/4-ton Duramax for if I'm doing big, heavy pulling. So picked up a little half-ton gasser, hopefully won't have as many problems, and it ended up costing, it was almost a total wash with the little Colorado. Actually, I think I made out like $500 on top on that. So with everything all said and done, my payments didn't change at all. It's just, going to be paying a little bit longer because it's a brand new truck, but yeah, it's nice. Something new is nice. They're all nice when they're new, but when those payments kick in, it doesn't feel so nice. Other than the truck, I was saying earlier, I got a new air conditioner put in the barn here, nice little mini split, so it's nice and cool in here. It's a Mr. Cool unit, so doing good up here. How's things down there in Chester? Where are you? I know you're right near Philly. Chester, Westchester, something like that. Down there. Any of the protesting going on near you? KD2 AFV.
Chester, yup. I'm in Cheddar. We call it Cheddar. We in Cheddar. Chester, PA, the armpit of Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm about pretty much as close as you can get it. I'm like there's two towns pretty much in between Chester and Southwest Philly. And I'm about 7 miles from the city limit here. And yeah, there were some protests on the other side of town. And at night, the new thing is, they fire off, people are firing off fireworks for protest, like as in protest. So it just gives them an excuse to light off fireworks. So that's been the new thing all night. My dog doesn't like it, so that's been kind of a bummer. But of course, there's been a lot of rioting in Philly and all that. But I'm real good on that Be Cool unit. Maybe when I buy a house and have a shop or something, we have one of those split units in the office at work. It works really, really good.
It works well.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
I forget, what are they, like $3,000 a piece? Something like that.
Nah, they ain't that much. Mine was $800 or $700 on sale. Retail's $8, but they're always on sale.
Well, and how much? I know you probably got all the parts and stuff. Anything extra that you needed, but does it pretty much come with everything you need?
Oh yeah, it comes with everything. The outdoor unit, the inside part, the line sets. The only thing you gotta do is wire it up, hook a vacuum pump up to it, and vacuum it down. Then it's got valves on there. You just Turn the valves on, charge the lines up, and you're good to go.
Yeah, that was my next question. I didn't think it'd come charged. I was wondering how they would do that. You know, but that would be a little impossible.
If the run is a little bit longer than suspected, you may have to add a little bit more Freon. But yeah, they come charged.
Just wonder how you would do that. You know, if you got to disconnect, you know, one of the lines, the condenser is going to be outside, you know, and the evaporator is going to be inside. You got to run lines with refrigerant, so I wonder how that would work.
Well, Barry, the lines, they come, you know, everything, it's just copper line. The two lines, the suction and the charge line. And you run the line out to the outdoor unit, you hook everything all up, and the evaporator on the inside is empty. Your lines are empty, but the condenser outside is charged up, but it has a valve on it. So you can hook the lines up, then you hook a vacuum pump up to it, and it evacuates the line set and the evaporator. And once you have it all evacuated out, you take your pump off, then you turn the valves on, and it charges everything up for you. The condenser itself has enough charge in it for the amount of line set you get, and you can go over it a little bit. But like was said out there, if you go a little too far, you know, if you got a longer run, there's a whole calculation you can do to figure out, like if you go X number of extra feet, you add this much extra refrigerant to make up the difference. But they're really, really simple to do. I think I had this thing done in probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you know, that was including hanging it on the wall, drilling the hole out, running the line sets, vacuuming it down for half an hour, and wiring it all up. It took almost no time at all to do it. It's pretty easy stuff. I think the hardest part is getting a hold of the vacuum pump, which you work at a shop, you know. If you do any AC work down there, it's going to be the same pump you use for cars, and you just hook it up. You need a, what the heck's it called? To half-inch Acme thread, which is the same as like in, you know, a refrigerant bottle. That's what's on there. Just one little adapter. You put it on, and suck the thing down, and then charge it up. You're good to go. KD2 AFV.
Yeah, just leaving a gap in there. W3 MMR, yeah, it's R12 fittings. Yeah, I have my own vacuum pump actually at work, but I don't ever use it. It's honestly probably has 2 inches of dust on it. I use the vacuum pump that's in our AC machine, but I always equating it. Every time I think of HVAC, whether it's in a house or anywhere, I always equate it to automotive HVAC. You know, an AC system in a car, because that's what I look at all the time. But I didn't think about, discharge the condenser up, put a valve on the condenser, put everything together, open the valve. But you, of course, got to draw a vacuum, then open the valve, boom, you're done. I didn't even think about them doing that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, those are the wave of the future, man. I see a lot of those things, a lot of those little units on roofs nowadays. Anyway, I didn't mean to monopolize it. I kind of, as usual, jumped in and changed the subject and started blabbing because it was quiet. So sorry. I'm gonna get back to my pot pie. W3 MMR.
Discussion about using video to promote amateur radio to newcomers.
No, I know. I heard it. I meant quiet, like a break quiet. And as usual, I come in here like, ooh, look, purple.
That's right. Whatever you do, don't think of the color purple.
Yeah, squirrel.
Or squirrels.
W2BTK on 3872 point something. I'm down here. Hello. Check. I got a buzz, don't I? Who's out there? anybody out there, any intelligent forms of life, this is W2BTK. I'm like, where is this? I don't exactly know. Just Zero beat me. Come on in, the water's fine. W2BTK.
There's,
Well, I don't know about intelligent, but yeah, that was all my bad.
Questions so that you...
Yeah, don't encourage them.
you can't win.
I do apologize, Billy.
See, and we lost Clark, because Clark's going to hang out up there because he wants to be on all the web SDRs, because they default to 3885, so that's where you're going to get the biggest audience of internet listeners. So, yep, he's gone. We lost the frequency there, but that's okay. I'm just as good to talk to you, Toby. But me and Clark were having a really, really good conversation, which I would really like to continue, but oh well. I'm down here now.
On the wall in a particular room.
Oh, BTK's over here now. Dude, I'm watching your live stream. That is one hell of a nice setup you got going there. Is that's the desk you were talking about, right? It's the motorized one. That you got what the hell did you say it was? The 3x4 foot mouse pad for?
Yeah, it's all on display right here. I've got, you can't see, but if you're watching my hand, I just put it on the trigger to raise the desk up and down. Oh, I guess I could do that. I could stand up and operate. It looks cool when I'm in the other camera angle because, like, it just kind of floats up.
Talk about the HVAC thing, so. Oops.
That thing's awesome, though. I got to give me one of them work days when I reorganize everything in here and get you fell into the amount of freezers I got. Once I get about half of the freezers
like that, you can tell that they learned a new term in their...
Get a nicer setup going here.
It comes in
damn, look at that. Yeah, you're right. The old camera just kind of floats its way up. That's cool.
For several days. It's like somehow they managed...
Yeah, it did narrow it up. I was trying to listen to both conversations, but Clark was a little stronger than you, so I lost you for a second. And I added, Clark told me to add a bonding strap, and ground the case of this computer real well. And I got all the RF off of it, and then I added that ground, and now it's killing my mouse again, so I should disconnect that ground. It's really wacky how this RF works. I mean, it was doing better with no ground. So actually, I should probably cut that, and so I can use my mouse. As you can see, it's stuck. I have to unplug and replug the damn thing every time.
Oh no, I gotta do the same thing with mine. If I go up to 10 meters, it's the only band that does it. If I go up there 10 meters with the with the amp on, I don't know what the heck it is. It does like the exact same thing. It kills my mouse. I got to reach, do the old reach around on the computer, unplug it, plug it back in, and then it's all fine. But anywhere else I go to transmit, it's fine. It's only on the 10 meter band that gives me trouble.
Reach around.
Hey, Tommy. What are you doing way up there? You're only 3876. I think you're around like 3872. And I actually got some ferrite in the mail yesterday, so I'm going to remove the ugly choke that Tommy recommended I put on here that actually worked really well until I added that ground, and I'm going to use some for real ferrite. But it's an ugly choke.
Oh, that is an ugly choke.
Look, man, I got a bag of ferrite.
Ooh, look at that. Nice big old bag of ferrite. Gotta score that on the street, down the down low.
Let's go with 3 wraps and see what that does. Hey, Tommy. Yeah, you're still way up there, like 3876 or something. Drop that thing down, man. Spin that Vifo. Oh, man, it took it out. I have to cut this ground off the back of the computer to use my mouse.
All right, how's that sound? 3874. I was, my buddy's radio here. He has an RF tap. Not an IF tap, but an RF tap. And, trying to diagnose, I'm trying to figure out if I can port its receive out into my the speakers on this thing, and the output's just absolutely miserable. So if I can listen to it like you do through an SDR, that would be great, but it doesn't work as intended because it's picking up what I'm transmitting, but that's not what I want. So Whiskey 2 X-ray go.
Well, speaking of IF taps, well, not RF taps, IF taps, I learned that this SDR doesn't go above 30 megahertz, so I can't use the IF output of that Kenwood 440 with this thing. I'd have to get a dongle or something that does, higher frequencies than 30 megahertz. How, you're saying 7.3? Oh.
How do you read? Do I sound any better today? I'm back on the
Yeah, it's quieter today. You got good SNR, 42 dB. Hey, Toby, are you hearing Tommy out there in his attic dipole out there in East Rutherford?
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear him a little bit. Every time a little bit of a crash comes through, it takes him right out. But it's right there at my noise floor, so I'm only catching every little bit of what he's saying.
Yeah, that won't be a problem.
See, I heard you good that time. You gotta time it just right, so whatever the fades do, I can hear you.
Right, you guys got surfboards, I got a boogie board.
Damn, you shot up to a 50 dB SNR that time. I installed myself a peak reading watt meter here, and it's a lot of fun to look at while I talk. But yeah, Tommy's not going to be piss weak for long. There's something in the works.
Yeah, you got a Viking Valiant that'll work on 110 watts, or 110 volts.
I gotta go get something to cut this ground off with. I'll be right back. W2BTK.
Use your teeth, you animal. One, two, swapping the I and the Q word. No, it broke it. Great. Just what I've always wanted.
All right, testing mouse. Oh, I gotta plug and replug it.
Oh, would you lose the choke qualities? Changing something else?
Yeah, as per Clark's recommendation, I added a very beefy ground down to the nearest cold water pipe and grounded the case of the computer, and then all my RF issues started coming back with the mouse.
You know what the real issue is that you're not balanced on your balance tuner. You really need to dial that in, because as you're adding those grounds to ground, you're changing the symmetry of your whole. So now you're out of balance, and you need to find the proper balance right yourself.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's just I don't have any, oh wow, I took that ground off of there and everything works great. I don't have a way to really meter that or know. I guess I could install some RF ammeters or something like that, but yeah, I'd have to do that.
Yeah, I got nothing. I built my dipole side before I put it in the attic, and I have a good picture of it, how I did it. But I had my car at the end of my driveway, and I was tied off to my car. I had it straighten everything, and that wire from legs are so symmetrical, and then the ladder line down is so symmetrical that I use calipers to get that right, and it's probably within an eighth of an inch, both lines. When I started, who the hell knows if the copper has expanded after 3 years of being in my hot attic.
Hey, will you guys be okay with accepting some third-party traffic from the Twitch chat?
Yeah, I'd be.
Tommy?
It depends on who it's from.
Oh man, you can't just say yeah.
Well, is it from a foreign faction that's an enemy of the United States?
No. I think he's Canadian.
Oh, well then by all means.
He says, ah! There you go. I just wanted to do it legally. Well then, this is fun. Admiral Akbar. It's a trap! Oh man. Wow. Yeah, here we are in 3872 with nothing going on. I really wanted to finish my conversation with Clark, but I was literally losing IQ points being up there. What? Ooh, Connor redeemed gift treats to my cat. I gotta go find Boo Boo. Where is she?
Hey, boo-boo.
All right, Connor, I got some treats ready, but I don't know where Boo Boo went.
This is dumb. I need an HF up converter, and you can only get HF on. It's funny, we have the opposite problem. You can only get HF on your SDR, and I can't get HF on this SDR.
It's funny how the world works sometimes. Man. Oh well. I mean, this thing works fine. There's about a 500 millisecond delay, which is why I wanted to get the other thing hooked up. But I mean, it's all good. I don't really care. So I ordered a little dongle and I made sure it had an aluminum case. So that's coming. One of them RTL SDR TV thinger things.
Yeah, the V3 is good. You can get HF. It can get a little dicey down near 3 megahertz. I think 3.5 you should be okay. Definitely no 160 though.
Well, no, I mean it's just going to be locked on 40.5 megahertz, and then the Kenwood is going to receive everything. That's all that I'm going to use it for. I mean, this one works great on HF, and then I just need to dump it on the IF frequency of that Kenwood, and it'll just stay there.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, because you're doing the IF tap. I have somewhere written down, I took a nice frequency counter to it, and I got the IF taps frequency written down to like the 12th digit.
Oh yeah? Well, that'll probably be useful. Although how did you find that, and how hard was it to find?
That's a nice feature, and then what you can do, I don't know if it still works in that rig or not. It's not for a while, and it very well might have been the cable. But if you get a cat control cable and you hook it up, and then you can sync your the 440 to SDR sharp or whatever you're listening to, and as you change the VFO, it'll sync the two of them, which is nice. So you just use the VFO to sync
Man, you were like 50 dB SNR for a while there, and you took a giant fade and went down into the noise. Yeah, that was okay. That was just a fade.
Well, this sucks. Transmitting at 80 meters, knocking out my Wi-Fi. Stop it.
Man, I am afraid to go up on 10. I bet all hell's gonna break loose. Connor says, well, he wants to know if you turn the quadrature sampling off on whatever SDR you were using to tap the IF in the Kenwood.
When I did it, I only used quad sampling. I didn't bother with the direct sampling. I didn't need to. I think that makes it run hotter.
He says that the quadrature sampling screws stuff up, so I don't know. He's a whippersnapper.
It screws stuff up when you're receiving on below 30 megahertz for sure. Or 24. You know what it is? There's the quad sampling is conducted at 28 megahertz inside the SDR, and then there's a bad harmonic of it at 14.4. But it's not that bad if you're doing it that way. But like I said. You're receiving at 45 megahertz, and the SDR is going to sit at that, and the the first IF tap is just going to move stuff around for you. So I love that system. I really do.
Do you get, when I was running this Soft Rock 66, I had this bad problem with, like, it just throws a birdie out, like a strong one, on the center frequency of wherever the hell you're listening. You don't have that problem with the RTL SDR?
Well, that's DC, but you can you do offset tuning. So I used HD SDR for that adapter setup, and I was offset by maybe, I don't know, maybe like 15 kilohertz or something, or 1.5 kilohertz. I just had it down the band a little bit, so the line was always there, but I was always stationary, and I always had it listening to what I was tuned to. So you could do offset tuning. That's not an issue.
Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't know about any of that stuff when I was messing with that thing, but I do now. That's pretty cool. Hey, I have my modulator tapped like somewhat more aggressively than I usually do, and I finally got a peak reading meter hooked up today. Does this sound okay? Because I have about, I don't know, 8-to-1 peak to carrier ratio right now.
Yeah, you're not over modulating at all. I can actually hear your reverb just fine for once. You're 40 over here.
Well, that's good. I got everything turned down a little bit, but there's definitely there's more audio on the carrier than I usually have.
I just hit the record button. This dumb fool modern rig has a record function on it, so the floor is yours, and I'll send you the recording.
All right, cool. I appreciate it. Maybe. Yeah, let's get some buzz on there, some phase modulated buzz. How bad is that on your end?
It's not bad.
See, that's the screwed up thing. It's just in my damn D-mod on this SDR. And like, everybody listening on Twitch hears this wicked buzz, but it's not going out over the air very bad. So that's another thing that I have to figure out. And I was hoping that adding that ground would do something, but nothing affects it. It's crazy. It's like whatever. It's modulating the AC that's coming in somewhere. Like, I don't know. I guess what the hell can I do about that?
You might be overloading your what you can do to experiment with that is lower the gain and see where that drops off. Now, obviously, that means that you're going to lose, you're going to lose your receive. But if that drops off at a certain point, then that just means that you're overloading your SDR. But that's an exercise, so you can try it that way. I had a question for you actually, was how do you stop, or how do you not drive yourself nuts hearing yourself on your SDR when you transmit? If I'm listening to myself through an SDR while I'm talking, there's like 50 millisecond delay, and you say you have 500 millisecond delay. I get a 50 millisecond delay, and I just freeze up, and I slur my words, and I can't talk properly. How do you combat that? Does your SDR like beep or something when you're talking?
Yeah, I built myself a whole little, wow, damn, you're right again, dude. Like, I lowered the IF gain on this thing, and it got way better. Damn, it's just overload. That's really good. Hold on, let me throw some. It's still in there with the attenuation, but yeah, no, I built a whole relay control thing. When I step on this foot pedal, a lot of crap happens. Stuff mutes, stuff unmutes, and just the audio line that comes, from the SDR computer to my monitoring setup is broken by a relay anytime I'm transmitting, and then it reconnects, and I can usually hear the very last word that I said through my monitoring setup, just to know everything is fine, and that solves that. I've got time delay on my antenna TR switch, so that if I go like this, the antenna stays switched over into the transmitter. It doesn't hot switch anything, so there's a whole bunch of crap going on. I think I made a YouTube video about it.
I mean, you may have. Do you got a baseball switch, switching your SDR input to a dummy load?
No, I wish I had a baseball switch. It's just a regular Dow key, TR relay. Actually, no, I've got a nice Jennings TR relay now. I forgot, I switched that out, something a little more stout. But I can't put it after the amplifier, so it's right after the exciter. And, everything always runs through the amp, but it doesn't go into a dummy load. It just disconnects the coax from the SDR, so it just floats.
Yeah, I'd say if you could, to have it go into a dummy load. I mean, you don't even need, I don't know, maybe even just a 50 ohm resistor or something, because you don't have to worry about transmit on it, so it doesn't matter if it blows up. But that might, attenuate it enough that you're not going to get that overload. All right, good to know. I need to get some sort of system where when I step on a foot pedal, it mutes stuff and switches stuff. I have a couple of really nice switches, and I need to figure out how to employ them, because this radio, is digital crap. It's got an accessory output for an amplifier and everything like that, so I'm gonna have to tap, probably 3 wires in that accessory, and then figure out, what I can slap together in way of relays to move things around, because I got a couple of those nice, I got the 4-port switches, A goes to B, and then C goes to D, and then when you apply, it goes, A to C and B to D, and they just trade places.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those Potter and Broomfeld 24-volt relays. And, I've tried terminating this thing into 50 ohms, during transmit, and it really didn't do anything. It's really no change from simply disconnecting the coax and actually having it terminated on transmit.
Yeah, the other thing is that you're only attenuating it by half, because the coax ground is still going into the whole system. So there is that.
Yeah, I don't know. I could give it another try, but it works just fine like this. I mean, it doesn't really. I guess the AGC is pulling my transmitted signal way down, but it doesn't really seem like it's overloading that badly. It definitely does it on other bands, and the resistor didn't really work there either. But I don't have a fancy baseball switch I could do that with. I just have single pole, normally open, normally whatever. It's just a TR switch, just single pole.
Then when you step on the foot pedal, what's that going to?
The foot pedal is connected to that huge bank of relays that I have in there, and I have a relay for each I think there's 5 relays in there, and they all have multiple sets of contacts. One does the TX muting for the audio, one does the Viking, one does the amplifier, one does the 440, and the other one does the 810. And then there's other multiple sets of contacts on there that I can stick other stuff on. I got like a terminal strip where you can just land stuff, and it's just a bunch of contact closures that are available, and I'm switching all kinds of 24 volts and stuff for all this stuff. And the 5 different relays, I can shut each one off individually. So like right now, so I don't key up the 440, I have that relay shut off, and I have to walk in the other room to do all that crap, but it's it's still pretty cool. I really do think that I had a YouTube video on that. Wow, the buzz is way better now, too. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, all right. Yeah, in fact, I think I remember when you were setting that up. You may have even showed it to me the last time I was there. Or I had seen something, so you may be right. There may be a YouTube video out there. I'm going to be right back because I want to actually get that baseball switch out from my attic and look up the specs on it, because I pulled it out of the box it was in today. I was messing around with some stuff. So I'm going to run upstairs real quick. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get the SD card out of this ICOM here, and then I'll post this audio file onto SoundCloud, and you'll hear yourself. You sound great. Whiskey 2, extra gonads.
Awesome. Thanks, Tommy. And by the way, you're coming in awesome here, like 50 dB SNR, like pretty strong signal, believe it or not. You can pull up the Twitch feed when you get back. I got it going, but everybody's redeeming the Give My Cat Treats reward, and the cat's hiding, so I'm going to go spend like 2 minutes finding the kitty so I can give her some treats. Yay! W2BTK.
Be that, finding the kitty.
Familiar enough now with this between the forums and the radio, exactly what to do. No problem. I was just curious before I even tried anything. I'm still on 260. They're going to update this to 270 and see if that does anything. Not important at all. I was only a curiosity. All right. Okay, Perry. Thanks. WB2RO1 is clear.
Yeah, no problem, Ron. Great to hear you. Great sounding station, great signal. Catch you later. W3MMR.
Hey, Chris, are you still on frequency?
Yeah, who's that?
Dave, KA188.
Oh, Dave.
Hey, good to chat with you again. I'm just looking at your webpage, and I noticed you've got a Blackface Lafayette CD rig, right?
Blackface Lafayette. Oh, Comstat 35. Yeah, George N2LJO gave me that. It's a nice working radio.
That was my first radio. I bought it when I was 12 years old.
I couldn't have afforded that when I was 12 years old. Yeah, I had it, it's just full of paper caps. I recapped it partially, and the thing works beautiful. And there's good activity in my area on channel 17, so it gets used. Nice sounding radio.
Yeah, I love that radio. I had to comment because it takes me way back, 50 years.
Yeah, the first decent CD I had, I was already a ham by that time. The first decent CD I had was a Comstat 35V, that looked just like the 35, but just that much older. And that was a great radio too. I'm liking the 35 because it's got a bigger modulator tube in it. It's got a 6BQ5 in there. I think it makes some good audio.
Yeah, I remember the 6BQ5 is the modulator. They sounded great.
Yep, I got a pretty nice S3 track into it. That's some good audio.
Well, anyways, I just had the comment, and the stove, looks like a stove. I got one.
Yeah, Jimmy,
So it's like, hey,
we're talking about the baseball switch. There, we gave Boo Boo some treats, and there she goes running off. But yeah, baseball switch, if you it works a little differently than like a single pole TR relay. If you want to look one up, it's actually the proper term for it is a coaxial transfer relay. So it's got 2 in and 2 out, and it kind of makes an X, and then it flips. So you can have, your transmitter coming in, your receiver coming in, and you can connect a dummy load and one more thing, and have it so that when you key up, the transmitter comes out of the dummy load and flips, and then the receiver goes into the dummy load. So it kind of works like this, It's it's basically like, when they do in a large building, they have a transfer switch for the generator. Yeah, it's like the same kind of deal. It's just a transfer switch. So you could have like 2 different. They use them in broadcast. You could have like 2 transmitters, and if one fails, this baseball switch, aka coaxial transfer relay, will switch the transmitters into the antenna, and put one into a load or vice versa, whatever. But if you want to Google that, it's coaxial transfer relay, like an H-bridge. I'm not even too sure what you mean by H-bridge, but probably. I just know that they're not that common, and my buddy Dave had a bunch of them from old TV transmitters, so like they're surplus. Tommy has a couple of them. He's got them in his setup, and they confused the hell out of that guy Bear GCR, so I think they're great.
Whatever conditions, whether we're winter and spring, and there was no crop of bugs, and that's what's happening up here right now. And believe me, that makes life a whole lot better.
Yeah,
75. W2BTK from CQ75. Anybody around on 2873 on the AM phone? Anybody around this evening? W1LO listening on 3873 for AM signals only.
W1LO, W2BTK. Hello.
Hello, how you doing? I heard a bunch of people up on 85, but it seems like when I get up there, everybody's listening on that FEF remote receiver, and they never hear me, so I figured I'd come down here. How you doing?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, but I was up there talking to Clark. We were actually having a great conversation, and then we got bombarded with people who wanted to talk about shiny stuff. So I came down here and I was talking to Tommy, and yeah, we were just taking refuge. So I completely understand. I'm doing great. Just, hanging out. Running the live stream. You're live on Twitch, so there's a couple people watching. Not too many, but yeah, that's all that's going on over here.
Who the hell is Twitch?
It's a live streaming website.
Good for it. There is no internet at this house. I do not. That's what I feel about computers and all those STRs that. People, they sound great, don't get me wrong, but I hear more people complaining about the computers that are hooked up to them. It's kind of cool. But you're coming in loud, and if I switch to the wide bandpass, and I know I have the gentle slopes going out wide, but the signal even receives wider than I wish it did in the wide position on this receiver. I kind of heard Chris up there, too. fact, I know I did, because I listened up there for a few minutes before I came down here. But I'm surprised this frequency's empty. In fact, we can get down to 3870 if you want, because I don't know if my S factor is interfering with them or not. Probably not.
Well, yeah, see, that's an argument to why SDRs are kind of cool, because I can see you on the, I have the pan adapter going here and a waterfall display, and no, you're not getting into them at all. So I think we're good here, like 3872 and a half. It's under 3873, so that's plenty of room. It seems like I'm peeking out just past 3880, so they might be hearing a little bit of me, but that's all right. I was chased off the frequency, so deal with it. Anyway, the other thing with the SDR, I could do like asymmetric pass bands and throw notch filters in there and stuff. So if somebody's throwing a carrier in the pass band, I can just boop, notch it right out. Throw a little, 75 to 100 hertz skinny little notch in there right on the carrier, or I can turn off my upper sideband or, pull in the upper sideband as much as I want. So it's very, very useful to make stuff you don't want to hear go away.
I can hear you at 11 meters. Wow, what the SDRs can do. And I have a receiver here. I got the RSP2 Pro. I got one of those here, but I had a software version that was awesome. And it went away. It expired. It said, oh, you got to go back online and get the latest version or some such idiocracy, and I can't remember what it was. I do have a version that works with it, but then I have a computer here. It's not online, so I got it on a thumb drive from someone else, plugged it in, and it works. And you're right. You're absolutely right. The SDRs have phenomenal stuff, but I guess I'm running a solid-state transmitter, so I guess I'm halfway between old school and no school.
I can hear you on 11 meters.
Well, good for them.
You know, Warren, this is Billy, K1 KBW.
K-mode.
Good for me.
Yeah, I just had to get in here and break some stones.
You're loud. Good evening, Robert. BTK's in here, and I don't know who's up the band. Doesn't really matter. The band is filling up with AM signals, and mighty fine sounding ones, I might add, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, this is my new microphone that came in today, so how does it sound? Sound like crap or what?
No, it sounds like you. I didn't notice any difference, but then I got a tin ear anyway, and I know it. I've never had a good critical ear for certain things, and frequency response is one of those things that you got to be a drastic difference before I notice it.
Oh, okay. How do I find your ear, Billy?
Honestly, Bob, it sounds pretty much like you usually do. Not much change here, but let me listen to it for a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, this one has probably a little bit more presence to it than the B1. But it's a condenser microphone. It's not it's not a condenser microphone. It's a dynamic. And it's got a presence rise right around 1 or 2K, so it should be a little bit sharper than the B1, but I haven't changed any of my EQ settings at all, so
Yeah, it's the highs sound good. You've got a lot of audio on the carrier, so it's very, very present.
Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, well, that's a good thing. All right, I don't want to tie you guys up. I just thought I'd jump in here and make sure that this mic was working okay. So, anyway, good. I'm listening. K1 KBW.
It does not sound bad.
Now you got double what you want on bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I can, as I listened to it, I think I could hear a little more presence rise in there, and possibly not as much bass, but it definitely sounds good. It's whatever the change was, it was very small. I know. And you know, with my ears, they could be full of horse talkies.
Well, I can add more bass. That's not a problem. I got plenty to go there. Like I said, I haven't changed any of the settings at all. So, you know, and it's the old. It looks like the old RCA mic. You know, the old Tokyo Rose. What do they call them? Pill microphones. They sound them. Sam Ash has them at $149.95, but so does Amazon. I got this one from Amazon. It's a CR77. It's made by MXL.
Who's left on 3885?
Expensive. They're
some repeat old information, so you do know that.
Yeah, I have no idea what those microphones are, but I'll be blunt. There's no way in hell.
48 hours from now. As a matter of fact, exactly 48 hours from now, Ladies' Night on 85 Live. So that's right. Right here. So leave your dial where it is and pull the knob off, because Ladies' Night will be returning to the airwaves as it does every 2 weeks. And so guys, important to know that you're not invited, but grab your favorite YL and get her set up on the air. Maybe she's the license holder and you're the guest, which is fine. But anyway, let her know that Saturday night, 7 o'clock Eastern, the Ladies' Night Net returns to YAM double sideband with carrier on 3885. So there you go. I think we're all caught up with the latest news you can use on the all-new 85 Live.
Are you ready to continue our conversation now?
Yeah, I was going to send you a text message, but I figured you're just like gone and that's it.
No, I was hanging out on 3872, kind of waiting until all the, I don't know, just waiting. So, yeah. What were we talking about?
Using video to effectively showcase amateur radio to folks who might be curious about it and actually have an interest in acting on that without it looking corny, goofballish, or completely nerd-esque, and then turning the people off forever.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I try to get back in the flow of that. Well, AM is the way to do it. I think it's the most human sounding. It's the most relaxed speech because, well, there's a carrier there. And you don't have to keep motorboating your mouth to keep your average power up so people know that you're there. It's the closest thing to being on the phone, I think. I try to sound the same way that I sound in a room talking to somebody, and hey, you can do that on AM. What's another good point? Well, there's a lot of people that don't like it though, but I don't know if that's a good turn for the conversation. But you know, there are many people, Clark, that do not approve of this, and it's shown when they come down and start to quirm and fire up the slop bucket 3 kc away. Nobody needs more than 3 kc. There's like always the argument that the amateur radio service is meant just to be, you know, a communication service. It's not supposed to be this. It's not supposed to be a high fidelity, big signal, really good sounding, like, you know, that's radio broadcast. That's not amateur radio. So many people are, you know, of that school of thought, and I think that like it's a big clash, but I think it's the way What are your thoughts, W2BTK?
Well, I got tons of thoughts. All right. First of all, the whole bandwidth thing is sort of silly because it's a function of real estate. I mean, if you get on the air and you're doing a QSO and you take up whatever space, I mean, come on, folks. The human voice is only going to go out to whatever kilohertz. You know, it's not going to be 30 kilohertz. But it's interesting, you know, because the argument against AM, which, by the way, goes back to the 50s, the late 50s, when sideband was first introduced. Back then, well, we already went through the whole history, but the thing is like, oh, this is so much better. Now I can abandon ship on AM, big waste. Let's go to sideband. But now here's the interesting part. This is the new part. So folks who would say, well, AM is a waste of bandwidth. I'm on sideband, and I only use 3 kilohertz, and it does everything I need to. Well, there's two thoughts on that. Number one is, why 3? Why not 2? Have you tried 2 kilohertz? Has anyone with a Yaesu or Kenwood or ICOM actually tried dialing their bandwidth down, or do they leave it at the maximum? See, that's a statement right there. When you do sideband, obviously not talking about you, but the sideband jockeys who hate AM so much, there are sidebanders who love sideband and love AM. That's totally cool. It's like having the maximum number of tools in your toolbox. That's a good thing. But there are some folks who only do one thing, and that's it. And anything that's not that is horrendous. Or they, like you might have someone who only does sideband and they can't stand the idea of AM, and they point to the bandwidth issue. So my question for them is, really, well, how is your bandwidth set? Did you go in there and set it for as wide as it can go? What if it could go wider? What if ICOM, Yaesu, and Ken would actually let you open that bad boy out to 6 kilohertz? Would you? Or would you voluntarily roll it down to what? 2.8, 2.9, 3.0, whatever the default is? It'll go narrower. So who says 3 is all you need? Maybe you only need 2 kilohertz. So I'm kind of curious of what these bandwidth monitors have their rigs set for. Is it the full maximum 3? Or do they, set an example and actually roll it back a bit more than that? They go down to 2.4 or whatever the minimum is. See, now that would show that they're sincere about bandwidth conservation. Let's get the S and the V in the right place, damn it. But if they were really bandwidth conscious, they would abandon voice mode and they would use CW. You know what? Now you're talking. Oh, but wait, then you'd have your own part of the bands, and then it would be a moot point. So see, there you go. There's no point in discussing bandwidth. N1 BCG.
Yeah, Clark.
I think there's someone else in there. I slid up above 3885 because I'm probably going to drift down to 3885. But yeah, dude, I think that people like to argue just to argue about a lot of things. And let's face it, 2.4 kc of audio is barely enough to represent the human voice. That's it just. It's not a lot of fidelity, and yeah, I guess their point is like, you don't need fidelity in the amateur radio service. If you can hear me and understand what I'm saying, that's what this service is. So anybody who runs more than that is just being, inconsiderate or this or that. But then, the 80 meter band is 4 megahertz of spectrum. How many wide QSOs can you fit there? A lot, but it also comes down to like, you're running wide and you're blowing over our frequency that we own. We've been talking here for 20 years or this and that, and then that's the thing. When did you get licensed? Like, oh yeah, 30, 40 years ago? Okay, so it's been a while since you took the test. I think somewhere in there it says that, you go find a clear frequency and fire up there, So if somebody's running a little wide like me, I mean, I limit my audio at 7.K AF, so it's like about 15 KC wide. 15 KC on a band that is 4 megahertz wide is a drop in the bucket, and it's astonishing that, people can't find a clear place to talk, and they make us the bad guys because we're trying to hear each other how we actually sound, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think it's more appealing and easier to listen to for people that aren't used to, ham radio, QSL, you're 5 and 9, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not interesting. No, they want to hear a conversation, and they want to hear something that sounds good, and that's what we're doing right here. I mean, statistically, you said it yourself, the average age of ham radio operators is 70, okay? How are you going to get younger kids interested in something where, it's all codes and cryptic, and like they don't really understand what's going on? You got to really be able to listen to stuff and pull the person out, and you don't really run that much power. No. Sit back in your chair, listen to me. I sound the same way I do on the phone, sitting in a room with you, have a real conversation. Your speech isn't all screwed up by the fact that, you're watching a watt meter and you have to keep your average audio up, so you can't really stop talking, or else they won't know that you're keyed up on the frequency. No. There's a carrier there. It's a placeholder. It's human. It's easy to understand. It's relatable. It sounds good. And it's demonized. Doesn't make sense. W2BTK, whoever that was, why don't you pick it up? Got something to add to our conversation.
Yeah, I do. It's W2JBL. Is everybody hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, a few things. Sidebanders running narrower bandwidth. My Collins S line from 1960 is 2.1. And that was considered the standard back then, as narrow as you could possibly get. Fast forward to today, DXers and contesters frequently run 2 or 1.8. You can buy 1.8 filters for a lot of different radios, and guys use them. That's so during the contest, you can pack them in tighter. I don't know if you have ever heard of ESSB, Enhanced SSB. The favorite bandwidth for those guys is around 4 kilohertz. And a lot of the Yaesu and Kenwood and ICOM radios are capable of that. Some with a firmware update, stuff like that, but they're doing it. And if you tune 75 meters with a good quality sideband receiver or an SDR, something that at least, it's not an SDR, something that at least has a real product detector in it, not a brand detector and a BFO. Tune around 75, and you'll hear tons of guys running ESSB and a good receiver with a decent speaker system. 4 kilohertz wide, a lot of them sound like they're on AM. Some of them don't have it together. They got the processing all screwed up, but they're trying. So those guys. And Clark, the issue of the ARRL and crowding the bands and bandwidth, I'm sure at some point you must have gotten a hold of a copy of 200 meters and down. I bought a copy over the winter and read it a couple of times. And I find references to the ARRL's disdain for AM for voice communications as early as the mid-1920s, mid to late 20s. They're complaining about the excessive bandwidth of an AM signal, and I'm not talking about overmodulated or anything like that. Just the fact that it takes up 6 or 8 kc of space. Back then in the 20s, imagine that. But because by that time, actually I think by 1926, the bands were set. 80 meters has always been 3.5 to 4 megahertz. Bill, that's 700 kilohertz. There's no 4 megahertz band available here. But anyway, and then farther forward in 200 meters down, some point, I'm going to say 1935, 1946, reference to the emerging single sideband technology, which we hope to someday apply to amateur radio to reduce the bandwidth of phone transmission. So they've been on that rant from day one. From the beginning, they were anti-phone, anti-voice, and remained that way up probably in the 70s. There was dissent towards phone operation because it was that's my 2 cents.
Well, I do have that book. Ironically, the league made a gift of 200 meters and down to me, which I was thrilled about. But I don't remember seeing anything in there about the league saying that they didn't like AM. And the book was written by Clinton B. DeSoto, who's not part of the ARL. So, but I'll reread those later chapters and see if I can find what you're referring to.
Oh yeah, it's definitely there. And I had that book 30, 40 years ago, and I remember reading that stuff then. It's in quotations, and it's there. It's definitely there. I bookmarked it, but I bookmarked those sections, but that's at home, so I can't refer to it now. I'll quote it on the air. Very interesting. It was just a general, from the inception of AM phone voice transmission, somewhat of a disdain for it. That was an eye-opener for me. I had never read that before. Of course, I actually had sideband before 1920. AT&T had it.
So that there was a real riff with the league over AM in the 70s or something like that, or the 80s, but I'm not aware of other times.
82
Yeah, from day one. It was about bandwidth. No, but in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s, they were on the warpath. They wanted to outlaw AM, and they had Collins and Drake and Swan behind.
Clark, can you acknowledge KD2CAU when he's done?
Well, the bird anchor was banned, so everybody had to go out and buy a new sideband box.
I'll pick it up, Bill.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, guys. It's Paul, KD2TJV.
Well, good evening.
Jesus, did I drive? I didn't mean to drive more frequency. I've been listening for half an hour. I thought I'd make some comments.
No, I said there were like multiple people trying to check in there. I don't know if they had something to add or just wanted to say hello or whatever, but I just wanted to acknowledge them as not to be rude.
I hear stations, but they're checking in. They're checking into the Freeland net.
Oh.
Well, Bill, why don't you pick them up, because you may be hearing more of them.
Well, I'm going to go out and visit Pissing Rock. W2JBL.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything now. And yeah, it's a big correction, not 4 megahertz, 4.4 megahertz, 400 kilohertz of spectrum, but still, occupying 15 kc of that is nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. I mean, there's plenty of room, and most of the band goes to waste anyway, a lot of nights.
KD2TJV. What's up, Clark?
Good evening, Paul.
Good evening, guys. I don't know if you're doing better or worse. I just relocated.
it's hard to do a comparison night to night because, the conditions are different, but I'm hearing you.
I just wanted to check in and see how it was sounding.
I heard Tommy, too. You're sounding good, Paul.
Sure, so thank you, guys. I'm going to stay on the side. I'll be here listening. Sorry to interrupt, and nice hearing from you both.
Yeah, no worries there, Paul. And yeah, Tommy was in there. Can you hear Tommy Clark? He's on an attic dipole. It's only a little over 50 feet long, like total length. And like I said, it's inside his attic. He had a really good signal there before I was talking to him down on 3872. Tommy, go ahead, make one. I want to see if Clark hears you as well as I do.
And I've got the attic dipole antenna. It's symmetrical. More symmetrical than you. Whiskey 2 X-ray call.
I guess Clark doesn't hear you. Or, I don't know.
I'm getting a sensing from the gigawatt station nearby.
Really weak.
Yeah, you double with Chris there, Clark. And yeah, there's Bob's got a new microphone, everybody.
Great.
How are you? Great Sky. Yeah, and it's got more highs. I think I was listening to him. I think it's a knockoff of the RCA 77 DX.
I hear him now as if he were on this frequency. He's completely desensed my receiver.
That, and he's running a flex, and he's got an image with audio at exactly 11 kc from his target. That might be what you're hearing.
That's so handy.
Yeah, QIX does it too. In fact, anybody running a lot of power using a flex as an exciter has it. When I'm home on a good night, Bob's 11 kc image is S9 with audio.
Well, yeah. I'm not like the best either. My digital filters are not as good as the filters were in that Innovonics 222. They work pretty well, but I'm getting a little bit of overshoot. You know what that is, actually? I retapped my 3 diode, and I got a little more audio on the carrier. It's not baselining or anything, but I might be like not getting such a soft compression from those diodes. It might be kind of clippy, so I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, well, QIX never told anybody that even though it prevents you from cutting the baseline, it's still square waves when you hit the negative cycle. No matter how you, and I'm using that circuit in a couple of my transmitters. If you hit its negative limit, it still creates a square wave, an IMD and buckshot. I first applied it to my mobile rig. Okay, I'm Pissweek mobile. It doesn't make any difference, but for a high power station, if you hit it, and especially highs, if the highs hit it, oh boy.
Yeah, I could go retap it and see if it gets any better, lower my audio a little bit, but I'm about 100% modulated right now. It's peaking up about maybe 120 on 5 on certain peaks, but it's not too bad.
You sound fine. I wasn't saying you had too much audio or anything like that. Not even. Yeah, you're 100% close to it. It's fine. No problem. I was just pointing out my experience with the 3-diode circuit. That's all. Not that you were a problem. Crap. You know, there's two ways to use it. You can use it to prevent you from accidentally clipping all the way to the baseline and smoking your mod iron with a tube transmitter. Or in the case of my mobile installation, I have 150 watts of audio, 120 watts of audio to put on a 100-watt carrier. You know, so that's twice the audio you would need to do the job with a good match, the mod transformer. So in the mobile situation, yeah, I am hitting the baseline, so I can run 150, 170% positive. But what the hell, you know, on mobile, how much damage am I going to do? And in that capacity, it worked great.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's basically all I'm doing here is just making sure that I don't, you know, exceed 0 volts, because Clark gets peeved when I say baseline. He says that's a CB term, but... Anyway, I don't run the same circuit as the QIX crowd. It's a completely different circuit. There's no keep alive voltage or anything like that.
Well, I'm using one that's derived from a schematic that Timtron gave me, which is not QIX. No, baseline, hit the baseline, base lighting. That's been around as long as I've been on the air. You know, hey, you're hitting the baseline. That's late 60s, early 70s when I appeared. I was hearing that.
Yeah, I don't ever remember saying that.
Well, you did one time. The schematic that I used, Chris, for this 3-diode was one that I found in QST, the October 1956 edition of QST magazine, and an article called Ultra Modulation.
Oh, that by W2BTK.
That woman, Monica Lewinsky. But I am wearing her underwear.
Oh, geez, Tommy, you're in there with Chris. That's amazing.
Yeah, 2.5 to 1. Just WR. Great.
I thought he said something about that he was wearing underwear.
Women's.
Hey, I gotta go run and find my cat. Somebody redeemed gift treats to my cat. Give me 1 sec. W2BTK.
You got rid of the key down on.
I think that article he's quoting is from the master of that, W3PHL. That's the guy that was, I don't know, he had a pair of 833s, and he was modulating the 833s with like 8 more or something like that. He was a legend. The Fisi hated him.
Yes, we heard all about him.
I'll have to look that up, though. You know, ARRL members like myself have access to digitized versions of every issue of QST. It's a tedious process to look it up and find it, but they're there.
My understanding that W3PHL was a contributing factor to the reworking of the AM power rules, so he's quite a superstar in the AM community.
Oh no, he was dead 10, probably 15 years. He was in Final T before any of that business came up. No, that was docket 2077, and that would have been 1977, 78, 79 was when all that went down. No, Filbert was long gone.
Didn't Johnny Johnston cite him as being an example of trying to skirt the rules? So that's why setting a PEP power limit on all modes was a way of making sure that that kind of thing would never happen again?
Well, Johnny Johnston wasn't even he wasn't at that level in the FCC at that time. W3PHL had nothing to do with it. What had to do with it was Glenn Baxter, K1MAN, went down there and flipped the proposal, which was backed by the ARRL, incidentally, to bring everybody in the line to one power measurement, 1,500 watts PEP output, because what was happening was on sideband, you were allowed an instantaneous PEP input, DC input of 2,000 watts. And people were using average rated, not pit-reading meters, as was the norm. And people were intentionally dampening meter movements and slapping them, and stuff like that, and running 3, 4, 5,000 watts PEP DC input. And the FCC and the rulemaking came down and said, well, okay, if you can run 2,000 watts DC input, the average amplifier is going to produce 1,500 watts PEP output or 1,500 watts CW output. So we're going to make that the standard for all modes. And all AM, well, that's just like sideband, so we'll make it 1,500 watts on AM. That's how it went down.
I'm going to go break some dinner. I'll be back on.
We have Glenn Baxter to thank for going down there and making an ass out of himself in the commission, and that pissed them off, so they pushed it through.
All right, Paul, 73. Have a great evening.
See you later, Paul.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that guy. Is it or dipole?
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard it on the line. The four-lane guys were stepping on him.
Somebody's testing slop bucket on like 3889 or something like that. Nice. I got I'm all tucked in on my lower sideband because of stuff happening down there, and well, I might have to listen to you guys at 2KC audio bandwidth tonight. Great.
God, I'm listening in 16 and I have no issues.
You're not hearing all that desensing coming down from down the band?
Not in the least. Never do. It takes volts of RF, literally volts of RF power to overload an R390A. I hear nothing from down there.
Now, there were a couple of key downs down there that produced an S5, a steady S5 meter reading here.
Didn't hear a thing. Get yourself a nice R4C or a 75S3 or something like that. Compact, more modern receiver. I really like the Collins 75S1. You can get those for about $350. There's no mechanical filter on AM. It's just coupled IF cans, about 8 kc wide. Absolutely bulletproof front end. Your troubles will be over.
So what's been fine for 14 years, I'm going to undo.
Well, I'm not knocking it, but if the front end overloads on strong signals, you might think about looking into something with a more robust front end.
Okay. Well, I mean, if people didn't run gigawatts, this wouldn't be an issue.
How do I sound at this bandwidth? Is it bringing up my, any background noise or anything like that?
When your audio is, cut off at 5 or 6, I hear nothing. Jeez, if I can give you a boat anchor receiver, what you would like. I've got a problem, Clark. Radios arrive at my house and they never leave. W2JBL.
What do you think of the 390A?
What do I think of the 390A? I have 4 of them in service. Then I have a 390 and I have another 390A I'm about to restore. It's my standard receiver. They're all my operator positions. As I said before, it takes power. It takes volts of RF to overload one. And that's on frequency. Adjacent channel, it takes even more volts of RF to overload.
Right, because I was asked earlier today if I had an interest in one.
Beg, borrow, steal, rob your mother. Steal your sister's lunch, buddy. Grab it.
Hey, Clark, they turned off my bandwidth limiting for a second. What's that look like anyway?
You're asking me what it looks like? I don't know. Should I go put a computer on and check?
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, it's too I can't offer that service right now for my analog method because it's too noisy. Otherwise, I would tell you. But yes, Clark, if you have the opportunity to get one, and yes, it's 85 pounds, and yes, it makes 200 watts of heat. Best analog receiver ever produced by man, hands down.
Wow. Well, you sound good, Billy.
Nah, I only did that for a second. I turned the bandwidth limiting back on to 7.5.
That's pretty handy. So the Intermatics does that?
I heard the difference, but it's not much.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of voice energy. And no, Clark, I haven't been using the Innovonics 222 for a couple months now. I'm just using the digital filters in my processor here.
Oh, that's right. All of you guys blend together after a while.
I wish I had a couple Intermatics 222s.
I wish I had one also. I got to take the CRL limiter out from the local radio station here and check it, put it on the bench and work on it, but I can't not have a limiter in its place.
I'll tell you what, this limiter works pretty well, but not like with the bandwidth limiting, not as well as that 222. Like, I'm convinced that digital filters are not as good as whatever the hell they came up with when they designed that 222, all analog.
Yes, LC. It's an LC paradise.
Yeah. Oh, Clark, you need a limiter? I got a limiter for you. I found a Chirag sheet for it the other day, too. It was hilarious because it says allows you to run asymmetrical and up to 120% positive for louder program material. I have for you a well-used and well-run but fully operational Gates Solid Statesman with the sensitive relay phase rotator.
You know, it's funny, you and I said Gates Solid Statesman in harmony.
I actually tried the phase rotator and it works, but there is a minuscule interruption in the program material when it flips.
That must be a newer Gates Solid Statesman. I've seen the older ones, which don't have that, but yeah. So they added the phase flipper. I guess it's not even a rotator; it's a phase flipper.
Yeah, it's in the broadcast sheet. It's in the advertising sheet, which I found online someplace. I hope I saved that. It's from about 1966. I ran that thing on air for years at my mother's house. It was the limiter I ran in my Collins ART-13. It was actually pretty good. The only thing is I changed the decay times around a little bit. Different flaps, loosen that. That worked good.
Anyway, not much going on here in North Carolina.
Neil, you think I could check into the prenet?
Well, that guy's in North Carolina. He's got to be hearing us. It's apparently we can't hear him control most of the time. He's like 1,100 miles away.
911 center, everything seems to be.
Wow, it's like there's a net every night now.
Well, it's Thursday night. We have the Gulf Coast mullet net and swamp meet on Tuesday and Thursday night. So this is business as usual. And then there's the multi-LMAC net, annoyingly on 3880 every Wednesday night.
The short touch net.
Yes, and then there's the Collins Collectors net.
I hear you, Tommy.
Very time.
Oh, yes. Yes, our good friend and colleague Dave.
But
There. I think I'm just slightly over 3885. We got Clark on 3885, and we got Chris just below 3885. If we all key up at the same time, we might be able to play a chord.
Well, I'm going to stay where I am. But my mechanical digital dial, the R398, has you at 3885.2.
Perfect. Clark, why don't you... I don't know. Actually, to tell you the truth, being smack on 3885 is probably just as effective, because most of those guys run a little drifty like us. I just want to make sure that we're not all on exactly the same frequency for effectiveness.
Oh, yeah, I've been... Oh, geez, I am on 85. This thing drifts, too. Oh, it drifted. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, dividing. Very important.
Yeah.
Everybody sounds awesome.
Who dat?
Time to check bandwidth filtering. Oh, there we go. That's much better.
Who was that said everyone sounds awesome?
That would be KC2CWM.
Excuse me, KC2CWM. Yeah, you don't sound bad yourself. Oh, look at that. I forgot I have a peak reading watt meter down here. That's fun to look at.
Richie, if that's you, you've got no audio.
Well, that's me. I don't know. But I'm a Richie anyway. Maybe it's a different Richie.
What are you running? You running racetracks?
All right, hold on there. Okay, that should be a little better. I was on the wrong rig. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, I don't know what to think. Well, it's my fault.
That stuff happens. I got to go out and, I need to, go visit the incident command center. I'll be back in a few. W2JBL. Portable 2 and 040, where women wear flannel.
All right, Chris. Talk to you in a bit.
Well, you know what the command center is, right?
I'm sorry, what?
I said I'm going to visit the incident command center. You know what that is, right?
You gotta go poopy.
I gotta go pee. Where I'm up here on JBL Mountain, it means go outside.
This is like revisiting an earlier conversation.
All I know is he likes his beer, and I know he's taking a pee. Shite.
Look at my QR. Look at my bio picture on my QRZ page, and you'll see where I am right now, and dressed appropriately. Think Deliverance.
He sure got pretty lips, don't he? Paddle faster.
Clark, you should get yourself a peak reading watt meter just for fun, just for a gag. It's really I'm enjoying it. It's a nice thing to look at, you know, even if it doesn't really mean that much. I have an oscilloscope going, but man, look at that. It's pretty cool. It's homemade too. That's what's cool about it.
Yeah, I know what the power is, and I got a mod monitor, so all that peak stuff can be calculated.
All I know is I'm low QRP AM radio, but it's working.
QRP my butt. You peaked a 56 dB SNR over here. 56 dB above the noise, and for a relative measurement, Clark's somewhere in the high 60s, but I'm hearing you really well.
Yeah, well, you sound awesome. You always do, Billy. But, and, you know, because a Viking 1, you run a Viking 2 or 1. No, I think it's a 1, driving your other stuff. But they're very similar, I guess, but only straight out Viking.
No, it's a Viking 2 over here. Are you using the stock modulator, the 807s? Because I ditched those, and I'm using a modern solid-state audio amplifier as a modulator.
Yeah, I know. I heard you talk about it. And I know you got some kind of scheme going on there with 2 transformers in reverse, I guess, and that sounds really interesting to try. I often think about it because I do have like a Carlson solid-state amp, Carlson Stromberg, but I'm not, I don't know if it would be enough. I'm not sure, it would work anyway I look at it, but I don't know if it would sound as good. That thing sounds awesome. You definitely hit some nice sweet spots.
Well, let's see. 300 watt amplifier is like already too much. I think you only need like 100, 150 watts to modulate this thing fully. I run an 800 watt solid state amp just to have gobs of dynamic headroom in case, I've got peaks or something. It'll make them. I've cranked this Viking up with this setup, and it made about a kilowatt PEP from like a 95 watt carrier. So it's stupid to do that. I mean, you're just going to distort everyone's receive, but it can do it with this setup, that's for sure. And I'm pretty sure that the Viking 1 that has 2 6146s as well, so it'd be exactly the same modulating impedance as long as you run the same plate current and voltage that I'm running here. You could literally just copy my toroidal mod transformers and do it yourself. I mean, it's as easy as lifting a trace in the Viking 2 and injecting your whole modulator there instead of the 807s. And not to mention, it frees up a lot of your plate supply, because you're not running a modulator anymore. It runs cooler, it's happier, and you can even go a step further and stick a variac on the primary so that you can lower the power and this and that. But it's right there on my QRZ page. I drew up a schematic of exactly what I'm doing with the model numbers of the Antec transformers and everything. So you should give it a try, man. It's not bad at all. You just might want to recalculate depending on what kind of plate current and voltage you're running at, because that could throw off the ratio a little bit or change it a little bit. I run about at full tilt, the Viking has about 750 volts on it, and 225 mils of plate current or so. So I use that for my calculations.
Yeah, I'm about the same. Very much, very, very close the way it is right now. But yeah, no, that thing sounds really good though. But I don't, like this Strauss and Carlson amp. This thing is maybe, I'm gonna think 40, 50 watts. So it's not gonna do anything different. But what I want to do is be able to feed my FD220. I need to lower the power on this darn thing, and I really haven't researched it. I'm running the 829B for a final. It does not have 6146s, so there is another tube that is similar to the 829B, but that means dropping the plate voltage, to keep that thing tamed down. And then I would probably be doing like maybe 30 watts. I'd probably get it down to 30 watts and it would work. But I had one and I burnt that one up, and I wish I had another one because I would do it again and make sure my bias and everything is good, lower the plate voltage, and then I could have a, to be like a great driver.
Okay, interesting. So I just got a text from Dave VW and said the early Viking ones used a single 4D32 tube, which is like 2.5 6146s. The tubes were earmarked for radar and became unavailable for a time. Then they switched to 6146s. And he says an 829B with a Variac is a great idea to drive an SB220. So there you go.
Man, that guy's fast. So, all right, so I have plenty of area. I can easily do that. Because I can tame it down even now. I can probably tame it down to like 40. Just with less oscillator input. I can get it down a little bit. I haven't really put it on the amp though, because I'm really, I want to watch what I'm doing with the amp, but you don't want to be letting it draw so much current for no reason. Get it tamed down to its specifications. So. But yeah, I think I might be able to do that. You might be right.
More Variacs.
That's right. Yeah, Variac will take care of all of that. I have my Variac hooked up the wrong way. Oh no! It's like literally in series, like a light switch with the primary of my plate supply, one leg of it. Because I removed the choke input filter. Yeah, I know. But that, the Variac takes care of whatever bad stuff could happen with that. And I needed that choke more in my modulator as a Heising reactor. Yes, I said it, Clark. A reactor. Okay, modulation reactor. I needed the Henrys there way more than I did as a choke input. So I've been running it this way for years with no problem. Years.
You say all the right stuff.
That's it. I'm all hyped up. I'll be running my SB220 or the MRA 2500, with the Variac, and maybe I'll get a better signal.
Yeah. Tune it up at full drive, man. So Clark, yeah, I said Heising reactor because people identify with that. They know what I mean. But I did correct myself and say modulation reactor, just so that, those of us who are real into semantics and stuff don't get the idea that I'm talking about Heising modulation, which I'm not.
Yeah, it probably is the number one most inexplicable thing in ham radio. It'd be like saying the collector voltage on my 6146 is 700 volts. Can you imagine that if people start talking like that? People would go bat crackers. What are you talking about, collector current, you idiot? It's a plate. Transistors have collectors, tubes have plates. Well, my 6146 has a collector, an emitter, and a base, and the base has got minus voltage on it. They'd freak, absolutely would freak, and that's the same thing as calling a Heising reactor, calling a modulation reactor a Heising reactor. I mean, it sounds so like you have no clue what you're talking about. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, except I do, and I still say it, because like I said, people know what I mean, and it's common, and I don't know why it's common, but it is, so I don't think there's that much wrong with it. It's a modification of, the Heising design, I guess, to just no DC, and then people say all this stuff. Really, it's a shunt feed is what it is. So you could make that argument too. There's lots of arguments that could be made, but the underlying point is people know what I'm saying, and that's it. It's an effective thing to say.
WA1STH, recliner remote.
The problem with it is that there's nothing, there isn't even a trace of anything Heising in a modulator that's got a transformer and push-pull. Because if you have a push-pull system, it can't be Heising. If you have a modulation transformer, it can't be Heising. That's the whole point. Heising equals constant current modulation, where the current from the power supply alternates between the single-ended modulator tube and the PA tube. It is impossible for you to have two modulator tubes in push-pull and, of course, then a transformer and have it have anything to do with Heising. That's why it's like, I'm just going to come out and say it. It's ignorant as all frickin' hell.
Well, I think it's derived from the fact that there is a choke-in series with the B plus to the PA. I think that's where it comes from. And I got the term from Timtron probably in the early 70s or so. I remember him using it and maybe a few other people, and I guess it's, that might be it, Clark. It might be unique. It might be Timtronese.
Yeah, it might be, but I mean, it just makes no sense, it's like, all right, so my dipole is fed at the end. It's like, who's going to put up with that? They're going to say, you're an imbecile. Your dipole cannot be fed at the end and be a dipole. Oh no, I got my twin lead going up and it connects to the end of the dipole. People would be hung for that kind of crap. And it's the same thing with Heising.
Well, you look at these gag antennas that are out there that have a supposed 9-to-1 or 47-to-1 balun in the bottom as a matching network. A lot of those antennas is actually a resistor in there. But you look at that stuff, and yes, they call it an end-fed dipole, or an end-fed half-wave is fine, but a lot of them call it an end-fed dipole. And then there's the off-center fed dipole. God, what the hell is the name of that? That's named for a ham that invented it. The off-center fed dipole. Well, if it's off-center fed, it's not a dipole.
Right. Now you know the passion behind why all this crap's not Heising anything. Not modified even. Nothing Heising.
Well, it's something that, AM people have been saying for like 55 years. So if you want to just quickly explain something, it's the lingo or whatever. But, you could get upset about it. I mean, I run a doublet or a dipole. What would be wrong with me saying that I run the symmetrically balanced end feds in phase? Come on.
The value of that cathode resistance. Oh, it's a 1R5. What the hell is a 1R5?
Well, Bill, if you wanted to say it where everyone's going to understand it, just use the correct term to say it's a mod reactor, and everyone will get it.
Modulation reactor. But Joe Ham could look at that shunt feed system, Clark, and say, oh, that's like Heising. It's a bit of a stretch, but I could see that.
No, it has nothing to do with Heising. Heising doesn't use a transformer. There's nothing in Heising that has any mod transformer. That's what the problem is.
No, I understand that. I have Heising modulated Citizens batteries.
Well, that's why people refer to it as modified Heising. It's just, it's imbecilic. The collector current on my 6146, the end-fed dipole. I mean, all of this is just, it's stuff that needs to go away. Someone needs to take that stake and drive it in the heart real soon and get rid of this, because it's stupidity that seems to be perpetuating year after year, and it really should stop, because it's just bloody inaccurate.
Well, it's amateur radio, Well, here's one for you, and this is personal. This is my personal life experience. High school electronics class, we learned tube technology. We made tubes in a bell jar with a vacuum pump. It was great. Man, I graduated high school with like maybe a freshman year level of EE college. Fabulous electronics program at Mamaroneck High School. But when I ended up in the workforce in 1974, when I started working the Marine radio shops, even before that, I sprang solid state on me. I got into the workforce. Tubes were there, but they're about, I hadn't had any training on transistors in solid state at all. To this day, whether I'm dealing with a FET or a bipolar transistor, it's got a plate, a grid, or a cathode. And I made that way all the way through my career.
Did you guys hear that splash? Jesus.
I don't hear much of anything.
Well, you were keyed up.
I'm getting a little bit of IMD from him. He's really not bad at all tonight. Just a little bit. It's nothing like the 40-oval trash that we were getting a few weeks ago.
I'm barely here.
I can almost hear what he's saying.
Well, this is what happens when you manufacture artificially positive 200% peaks by clipping the shit out. Oh, he said it. Well, I guess I'm that pissed off. By clipping that amount of negative peaks off. Oh, look, 200% positive modulation. God, I'm a genius. No, you're an idiot.
That's what I was talking about with Billy before, about the 3-diode ultramodulation system. It's downfall. Well, it doesn't let you hit 0 volts. It doesn't let you hit the baseline. But it's still square waves when you get past the set point in the negative direction. Whether it's 80% or 90 or 95%. But when you hit that point, it's still square waves. So what happens, especially with the sibilants? Now the sibilants have the sibilants have 3rd and 5th and 7th order harmonics. It's a freaking problem. As a protective measure, it's fine, but you can't grind into it like that.
Right. Well, this is someone trying to be an asshole. I don't know why, but he's being an asshole.
Wow, that's 3. Dang. Clark, you are mad. But you know what it is also? It's short man syndrome. And I ain't talking about feet. I'm talking about inches.
Well, I'm not going to talk about this person anymore. It is what it is, Well, remember, it doesn't happen very often. But it was, and Billy, I think you might have been there that day, because you were not working. In February, a couple of days after I got my Johnson kilowatt on the air, about Big Johnson, and I was might have been early March, first playing with remote controlling it from the ham shack upstairs, because it's down in the basement. And I had this audio parasitic at like exactly 10 kc that would break out. Because I had RF in my 600 ohm line going down the transmitter, the audio line. And man, I must have been only on there 3875 for like 10 or 15 seconds. All of a sudden, I got fat guys come down on frequency screaming at me.
Well, you're not in the Class E cult, so yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, and that's the last time I got a wide signal report. And truth be known, I have transmitters that are flat to 20,000 cycles, and I can do that. They're better than any microphone I have. Let's say if I ever get my 10,000 linear going, something a little bit heavier than what I'm running now. I can unleash the same kind of crap, but it'll be clean.
Oh, I got beer. Oh, there's a good one. Don't you hate that when the burps get a little bit trapped in there, start to come out? You gotta push a little bit. Here, let me try an experiment real quick here. Turn some stuff off. Okay. Well, I doubt, nobody's watching on an SDR, but oh God, yeah, that's it. It's 50, 60 kc wide, man.
You do that again. Doesn't sound like that. It's for me to actually determine how loud it is. It's a complicated process. I don't need current frequency. I didn't really hear that much of a difference. I opened up to 16.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of voice energy up there. It's just, I mean, the real extreme highs do make a little bit of a splash right there around 3875, about 10 kc out, but for the most part, most of my vocal energy is contained within, 7 kc or whatnot. Just like the real SES sounds are spiking up out there.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. The mechanical filter in this receiver and the bandwidth position is listed as 16 kc. I swept it the other night, and it's more like 18 kc. And if I slide off to favor one sideband or the other, this receiver has audio response up to about 12,000. So, what you can do with a mildly modified R398.
Yeah, I really have to try running a boat anchor receiver one of these days. I have an SX200 here that doesn't work. I definitely have to do quite a bit to it to get it online, but it's probably worth it because, I've never ran anything besides an SDR or a rice box as a receiver. Man, Yingling is good, man. It's like you could see the tree bark floating in it. Clark, are you so pissed that you had to get off the radio, or are you still with us?
I'm right here. Why?
Oh, we're worried about you.
Well, thanks so much. I've been pissed before. Things happen.
Yeah. Bill, the receiver you have is, what did you say, it was an SX100? It's a big difference in performance from what you're used to, but the audio will be a lot better. You'll love the sound. But if you want to get serious with a boat anchor receiver, you need to get one that's more high-end. Again, I like the Collins R398, a bit pricey, but there's some other stuff out there that's good. But the lower-end, cheaper total coverage hammy receivers, RF performance-wise, are not all that great. But whatever you go to, it's a big change, a big difference from the SDR. You'll probably like the audio.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. It's just having the ability to notch crap out and asymmetric pass bands and all this stuff just comes in handy so often out here that I would honestly probably miss that functionality. What I've been thinking about doing, and I ordered a little TV dongle. I have this Kenwood 440 here, and I was going to start using that as a receiver so that I get rid of this latency. I have about a 500 millisecond latency on my receive, which is, not that bad, but definitely not that great. So to get rid of that, there's this 440, and we tap the IF in it. It's at like 40.5 megahertz, but this SDR doesn't go up that high. It only goes up to 35, I think. So like I said, I ordered a little TV dongle, and those are good from 25 up to like gigahertz. So I'll stick that in, set it for 40.5 where the IF is, and just use the Kenwood as a receiver for a little while. I think those 440s actually have a great receiver in it.
It's a pretty good receiver. It's an okay receiver. This phase noisy. It's decent. There's some misconceptions here I got to clear up. Slide the pass band off to one side on AM and selectively copy one sideband or the other or both. Any AM receiver with decent filtering will do that. You just tune off. You want the upper sideband, you tune it up, you center it at about 1887, 1888. You want to hear the lower sideband, you center it around 1883. It's as simple as that. And that's the way it's been from the beginning, of selective receivers in the 30s. So it's really not that big of a deal. And the filtering, the boat anchor receivers, almost all of them have, depending on what you got, pretty decent quality variable crystal filters, so you'll get 4 or 5 different positions of selectivity, typically from like 5 kilohertz down to maybe 1 kilohertz or a little narrower. And they have what's called a phasing control. And the phasing control is the notch filter. Ham radio receivers had all these features by 1932.
Well, like I said, I've really never run anything like that. My only thing is, I knew about the sliding off frequency to listen stuff, but, that doesn't change the bandwidth of the passband. So if you slide up to get rid of something on the lower side, you might slide up into something you don't want to hear that could be strong. The reason I like the SDR is because, like right now, I'm listening my lower sideband. I'm listening about 2.8 kc, and then the upper sideband is like a full 7 kc. So it's, I don't hear anything I don't want to hear. Like if I were to slide off, that 7 kc would be up into like some slot bucket that I don't want to hear. So like I can just pull each side in and just have really full control over the passband, and you don't end up. I stay centered on this frequency, and I don't know. I don't think it's exactly the same, but that was the problem I was running into with listening like off frequency and stuff. The passband would extend out into crap that I don't want to hear.
Yeah, well, I have, and this is set, these are mechanical filters, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1, and 0.1. So if I take the 8 and offset it, say I've got noise coming from 3875, and I offset it, 1 kc or whatever, it ends up, if you look at what the passband would be, it's still 8 kilohertz. Passband, but it's not centered anymore, so you're hearing, you can do it partially and hear, part of the lower sideband and then all of the upper sideband. It works out really the same in the end. And the selectivity curves and so on that Flex uses are actually modeled after the Collins mechanical filter.
Which are great. That's what I have in the 440. It's Collins mechanical filters. I think it's 10 kc for AM transmit, 6 kc for slop, or that would be 3 kc. 3.1 or something is my total bandwidth on slop bucket, and it's really nice.
He pulled a Clark on us. There you are, Billy.
And they're in good condition. They're really the equivalent of what the SDR software does. Yeah, Dave was doing that stuff, putting those filters in. I think a lot of guys were. Yeah, it's great stuff. It works. It really works. I love it. The only downside I find to it, the mechanical filters, is that they ring, so there's a certain level of distortion from that. But because they ring, the pulse width of AC line noise gets multiplied tenfold. That's why Dave doesn't use one anymore where he lives, because it's noisy. But I swear by my boat anchor receiver, and I got them from mild to wild. But hey, I'm an old fart. What? I'm near the average age of the average trailer operator. I'm 63. So I'm kind of welded solid in my ways. I'm going to get out of here. Bill, good to talk to you. Clark. And nice conditions, and I'm not hearing any crashing down the band on my part really defined receiver. We'll see you guys down the radio highway. I guess tomorrow is W2JBR Portable 2 in Old Forge, New York.
Yay. Billy, you pulled a Clark on us. K1KBW.
Hey, Bob. Yeah, I was having a conversation with Clark up here before I slid down. Me and Clark, kind of got separated by a few people that joined the QSO and completely changed the topic. So I just slid down. But then I noticed that those people left, so I slid back up to talk to Clark about what we were talking about before. So my bad. And I heard somebody else in there too. See you later, Chris. Nice talking to you, and I'll catch you again.
Yeah, before Chris, are you still in there? No.
W2BTK.
Wanted to ask him what he thought of how this mic sounds. Oh well, he's gone.
Kilo 33, November.
Is that KC3NBN? Did I get that right?
You got that right.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm also a big boat anchor fan, 57. You just can't beat them. I had high-end ICOMs and everything else, and I have to say, I just love the old stuff. I'm using National NC300, and and the IF control. I can just block about anything else. Over.
Yeah, it's the boat anchors, have a lot of capability. I don't know. There's something about seeing what you're hearing that is really appealing to me too. Like, I really like having a pan adapter and a waterfall display and being able to look at large chunks of spectrum and then, identify a very, very specific pass band. I mean, it has its cons too, the SDR stuff. It's easier to overload them and this and that. But, well, like I said, I'd really like to try a boat anchor receiver one of these days. I have a Hallicrapper's SX100 here that doesn't work. It needs to be fixed. But I might get on that at some point just to have another receiver in the arsenal, as they say. W2BTK.
Yeah, the SX100 isn't really too bad. I mean, they really don't have that many problems. Just like Kaplan, it might need an alarm. It's not that bad a receiver. A little bit heavy. Like my master, this thing's heavier than my Viking. See, this thing, I think I got a hernia when I picked it up the lower. What was the problem? I worked with SDRs and the waterfall display, but I grew up with tube equipment. I worked in electronics for years, and when I started, it was we used to work on the damn black and white TV sets from the 50s. We were on where I live. People had those things all the way up in the 80s, and the ribbon surface mount. I used to hate surface mount. I despised surface mount. People didn't understand if it got hit by lightning, they couldn't fix it. But that's just me. Back to you, over.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a bit of a learning curve. I use all tube transmit equipment. I'm running a Johnson Viking 2 right now as an exciter, an external modulator, and all that. So I've been learning a lot about tubes, and it is good to run that stuff, with the learning curve and this and that. It's just there's a lot to learn. But as far as receive, I've never messed with anything vintage. It's always been very modern stuff. So I know what you mean. It's the other thing about it is, like, you can actually fix a boat anchor receiver. You get in there and do stuff with it. Whereas if this SDR receiver crapped out on me one day, it's like mini, like little surface mount components and stuff. Very, very difficult to work on. And you probably end up just scrapping it.
Yeah, the solid state stuff, I didn't want to first went to solid state, it wasn't bad to work on. This when they went to service mount, that's when it became a nightmare. I had 3 boat anchors. I have a Johnson Challenger, and I just acquired a Heathkit DX60, and I was buying the replicate the other night for a Johnson VFO, since I have several of those, because the Heathkit VFOs are notoriously drifty, and one of these days I'll put the DX60 on the DX60, but they're not that powerful. But I don't know, I like old stuff. There's just something out there. What they say, there's nothing like the smell of a vacuum tube transmitter receiver in the morning or evening. Over.
Ah, yes. Hot dust on tubes. I know the smell very well.
And occasional smell goes in from the file when your amp is not tuned up properly.
They sound good. How's my PW station? N2MIN.
Yeah, I have to agree that the two transmitters do sound good. There's nothing better than plate measuring and transmit over.
That's right. Hey, Clark, are you still in there? Are you hearing these guys?
I'm hearing them. Why?
Oh, I don't know. I miss you, bud. Come on, get in the QSO. I'm sorry, the QSO.
I'm reading a news story here. I'll be back in a minute.
X2H.
Hey, Rich. Wow. That made my day. Rich, how the hell are you doing?
I am doing pretty good. 3720 with the Martian.
WA1STH recliner remote. Good evening.
New Jersey. Running a big, hefty 25.00 watts. Doing good. Just figured I'd tell you that you're about a 40 over here.
Well, geez, Rich. I guess the other gentleman's name is Rich as well. That's Rich WX2H over there, somewhere in Union County, New Jersey. Forget exactly where, but hey, with 25 watts, I mean, are you ready for this? You've got a 52 dB SNR over here. I'm sitting back in my chair, bud, doing really well. Is anybody else copying WX2H out there? Hopefully as well as I am. This is W2BTK.
November 2, Fox 6 of Victor. Tell me about S3, S4 here in central Pennsylvania. Over.
That's a pileup.
Wow, and November 2 FVV, another W2LI regular. Wow, this is great. It was a little bit of a pileup, but I heard both you guys.
Who won?
You did, Tommy.
This is the voice of Union in Union County.
Yeah, N2FVV. We're up here on 3885. It looks like you're a little low, maybe 3881 or 82. You slide up a little bit, it would probably help everybody out. But okay, so we've got a bunch of people on frequency here now. Let me send it. Oh, geez, I forgot to call. I guess that's the other Rich who was commenting about the boat anchor receivers. Let me send it to him and see if he's hearing all these guys, as well as I am.
Yeah, I can actually hear them pretty good. I'm in central Pennsylvania, and I am also running a peak reading watt meter. Unfortunately, mine's an MFJ. I didn't build it myself. But yeah, I can hear everybody pretty good. Probably, the weakest one's probably S3, S4, but I can make them out pretty good. Over.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, I don't want to be like, net control or whatever. So, I'll shut up for a minute. I know Rich is in there, N2 FVV. I heard Steve key up. I heard Bob. So there's a plethora here. So I don't know how we make sense of it, but geez, I'm hearing everybody great.
N2 FVV, I worked him. He was in a B-17 bomber flying over New Jersey, and I worked him on Simplex. Very cool. Good to hear you again, George. Whiskey 2 X-Ray Golf.
Yeah, that was me, flying the B-17. I'm doing good. How are you?
Tommy? Well, man. See, that's what happens. You get the pile up, and then there's dead air. But I don't know. George. I forgot your name there, George, for a minute, but it's all coming back to me. Aeronautical Mobile, that's your thing. I know I heard you running Aeronautical Mobile one of those days, and that's really cool. Let's see, I haven't heard from WX2H in a minute. He was doing well. Well, let me throw it back to him before y'all scurry away for the Martian net, because I know that's coming up.
Okay, very good. Well, you were so damn strong down here. The only thing I can attribute it to is your under the dipole ground wire. And I certainly have mine strung out, and good for 6 dB of NBIS straight up. So there you go. But BTK, you're really strong. I have to say, I was just flabbergasted. Wow, what a strong signal. George, I'm hearing you pretty good. You're about 10 to 20 over, so I guess you're all hooked up, ready to go. That end-fed long wire running, I suppose.
Yeah, I do. What's the frequency of the Martian net?
Well, it's normally 3.720. 8 o'clock on Tuesday and Thursday nights. So it has been consummated already, and now it's up on Echolink. Top Martian EC2X is actually on there right now, so if you got any way to get on, look for AC2X, and he does it on both HF and Echolink. So there you go. But George, you sound like you got that thing working pretty tight.
Yeah, I chopped another 6 inches off of the legs. It's an experiment.
Hey, everything we do is an experiment. We're ham radio operators.
Yeah, so I heard. Every 6 inches counts.
Somebody's tuning up. That's cool, I guess. Rich, just a real quick comment there. I started a thread on the QRZ forums about those damn ground radio wires underneath the low dipole, and the context of it was basically like, I don't really think that they do much. Maybe make a little bit of an improvement, but not as much as people claim, and for a few reasons. And the thread went for like 8 pages. It's a real good read. It's in the antenna section of QRZ.com forums, and if you're have a few minutes and you want some good reading, there's a lot of smart guys talking about it and the whole NVIS thing and ground conductivity and all that. But that's kind of a departure from the ground wire under the dipole. And there's a few questions that I posed in the thread where I asked, how do you determine the length of that wire? What's the difference between that wire and a normal Yagi with a reflector that's 5% longer than resonance? And how does it know if it's a director or a reflector? As it's going to be detuned when you lay it on the ground. So there's a lot of factors there, and I feel like the reason why I'm so strong, this location is unbelievable. I'm at over 1,000 foot elevation up here, which doesn't mean much on these frequencies, but it's all line of sight. There's drop-offs, everywhere around the house. There's really good ground conductivity. I don't have a ground wire underneath here. It's just good. And then the other thing is I run a low dipole, so my high angle stuff is very strong. I get a probably 5-6 dB gain from that, just from having all that high angle lobery, I guess I'll call it. My dipole's at about between 35 and 40 foot, which is really a sweet spot. And, I'm running legal limit about It's right around 350 watts of carrier, peaking just right around 1,500 watts peak. So with all that stuff going for me, and it just gets out well. I get on here a lot of the time, and I'll run 25 watts like you, and I'll get 20 over S9 signal reports back. So running legal limit, I'm not surprised that I have that much in your receiver right now. But anyway, my point was that thread about the ground wire under the dipole is a super, super good read. And you can find it in the antenna forum on QRZ.com. So definitely check that out. If you want to, just hear some really smart people talking about it. So let's send it back around. W2BTK on Montana Mountain in beautiful New Jersey.
KC3NBN. I read that on QRZ. It was extremely interesting. I found it was extremely interesting, but then there is a lot of smart guys. Well, my antenna, I have a vertical, and I call it my backyard, I call it a swamp because I have an artesian well, and my antenna and all my radios are in ground. It's like almost swampy 24/7. So I don't know how I'm getting out, but I'm doing my best. Over.
Well, Billy, it works out to roughly you're running between 2,000 and 4,000 microvolts at this location, the way I have my meter calibrated. So it's pretty potent. So I've never seen the signal that strong coming in here. Even the AM broadcasters don't. So, yeah, you're blasting straight up, and it's probably coming straight down on my head. And I watched a number of the Twitch recall videos, and on YouTube as well, regarding the wire. So I'm pretty familiar with it. I got to check out the thread though on that forum. That sounds like it'll be quite interesting. So yeah, good stuff. And I'm glad to see George is on too. And man, it's like an honor. My wife and I will sit up there while you're broadcasting on Twitch, and we'll sit there. And my wife actually takes an interest, and she's not interested in ham radio. So I don't know. Whether it's the sun figure, S-O-N type figure, or whether it's the fact you look undernourished, and that, of course, brings any mother out and you better watch out. She'll want to feed you. So, but yeah, she actually says, "Hey, that's BTK." I say, "Yep." My wife wants really mostly nothing to do with ham radio. So there you go. So enjoying the videos immensely, and I hope you're having fun doing it, Bill. WX2H.
How about that? Getting those housewives ratings.
You better watch out. She's going to be probably sending you more cheers.
Well, let's see if I got it. N2 Fox Victor Victor, Voice of Union. Let's see. I guess this question goes to BTK. Do you know anyone that's selling a vintage AM radio?
Well, off the top of my head, no, but they do float around in this little community of AMers quite a bit. I could definitely ask around for you. Clark's another guy who could probably put his feelers out if you are looking for something like that. I was just given a Heathkit DX100 that somebody dropped on the floor, and that needs to be gone through and repaired. But are you looking for something like in good working condition? Because for the most part, people want a lot of money for those. The best thing to do is find something that's a little junky and fix it. But I will ask around. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for, like a plug-and-play deal or something, if you want to tinker with it. Because if you don't mind tinkering, then you can definitely, heck, you might get something for free.
Yeah, no, I got it. I don't have the time to tinker, so if I can get something that's plug-and-play, that'd be great. I don't know if we have any Collins people that you know. I'm not sure. You can put a KWM2 or 2A on AM.
Hey, George, if you really want to voice a union, get yourself some honker amplifier for what you got there. It'll do the job.
No, that's not fun. No, I gotta have vacuum tubes.
Yeah, tube transmit is the way to go. It's what I'm doing over here. I'm running a Johnson Viking 2 with Model 122 VFO, which was designed in the 1940s. Yeah, it drifts a little bit, but in the age of like ICOM 7300s and SDRs and all that stuff, hey, drifting a little bit is kind of cool now in 2020. But for the most part, you get one of those. I mean, it's not going to sound like this Viking 2. I'm doing some special stuff over here, externally modulating it with a modern solid-state audio amplifier. It's a Crown audio amplifier with custom homebrew modulation transformers and all kinds of weird things going on. So it's heavily modified. But, Clark, do you know anybody who's got like a boat anchor or any of that stuff they're looking to get rid of?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Go ahead, Clark. Pick it up.
82 TJV.
Well, there's Paul. And there's two people that know about boat anchors. So, whoever, I think that was Rich. Go ahead.
That was George.
And 2MIN. I got a couple I want to get rid of.
What do you got?
Hamlin 129X. Viking 2. That's been modified. And I'm on a DX60 that's been modified.
Are you good on email?
QRZ. Look me up. Right now I'm running the DX60 with the homebrew 813 amp. I'm looking to pare down on all the heavyweight.
Are you good on QRZ on email?
Yeah. What are you looking for?
I'd like to get an AM transmitter receiver.
Yeah, I got a 129X. And I'm not looking for a whole bunch.
Do you have a power supply for it?
You don't need a power supply. You just need to put a speaker on it, plug it in, and it works. I got it packed away at the moment. Been using a 75A1 with my Viking 2. But the radio works. Bought it a few years ago, fixed it. And, hey, I'll pull it out of storage.
All right, I'll have to, maybe you can send me an old picture of it. I mean, is it a real true boat anchor?
Is it a what? Yeah, it weighs 35 pounds. Of course it's a boat anchor.
Nice, that's what I'm talking about.
Can you wrap a chain around it?
Yeah. Have somebody stick to the end of the chain, too.
I think it qualifies, George, for what you're looking for.
I got a couple boat anchors I want to get rid of. Receivers and one transmitter. I keep the DX60. It's nice and small and compact.
I'll have to look. I'll have to Google that. See what it looks like.
Hey, just real quick, George. Most of like the boat anchor stuff, a lot of those weren't transceivers, they were just transmitters. So for the most of the stuff you're gonna find that's like boat anchor style is just transmit. So most likely you would have to run a separate receiver and set yourself up like a coaxial relay, like a TR switch, to use most of that stuff. Just FYI, W2BTK.
I just need a transmitter. It goes on AM.
Fine business.
Boy, this band sounds really nice tonight. I think everybody's electric must be shut off.
Yeah, I'm enjoying about a minus 95 noise floor over here, and I could drop that down a little more with some attenuation, but I don't have any attenuation in line at the moment.
Hello? Oh my God. Where's my modulation meter here? Well, got a few SWRs here. All right, then.
One or two.
On the boat anchor here, Viking 2, a little bit low on frequency.
This space for rent. Hello, radio.
Oh, Clark, I'm so glad you're back. Hey, my buddies from my old ham club where I used to live, W2LI, that's Rich and George out there. And I never get to talk to these guys on AM. And I'm having a good time.
See that? You're supposed to have a good time on amateur radio.
Bigfoot alert.
Did someone see a knuckle dragger waltz by?
Yeah, he was like 40 over.
Uh-oh, that must be you, bro.
Oh, I should reduce my power. Why would anybody need to be 40 over?
I don't know, go down to 3875 and ask.
Oh, I've got more reflected power today. Something must have changed.
The humidity in your tuner board went up, Billy.
That could do it. That could definitely do it. I pulled the antenna taut the other day. It was a little bit droopy, and that I didn't have to touch the tuner. That brought the match like dead flat. So something must be flapping again. I'm not too sure.
Well, I think George is on the right road.
think the band's starting to change because I'm starting to lose you guys a little bit. I'm not too sure if these guys are transmitting, but I just about lost Rich and George there. The band is definitely changing up. Might be going long. So if you guys are still hearing me, excuse me, 7-3 W2BTK.
Is that Yingling?
Well, that's another advantage to running a low dipole, is that I can usually hang in there a little longer than people who've got antennas up higher than I do. It's just some weird phenomena. But yeah, you guys were coming in here with like a 50 dB SNR before, and now you're down to about 20. So you literally dropped 30 dB in my receive. So the band is acting up.
Yeah, my antennas, I'm using another one I just put up.
It's working pretty good.
I'm going to send you a picture. Are you good on your email?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Let me send you a picture.
You guys are coming back up now.
Yeah, you're in there.
I usually am.
Yeah, that was 42 CJZ.
Yeah, I did hear Paul in there doing pretty well with the shifting band conditions that we have right now. Yep, I had about the same on you guys, about 25, 30 dB drop there. So it's the band, but oh well, what are you gonna do? I still hear you okay.
Hey, it's fun, right? What the heck? It's only 20 watts, 25 watts, maybe not.
Hey, you're doing great with 25 watts, man, I gotta say. You gotta get yourself some type of amplifier there.
I hear you, man. Well, I guess you guys aren't hearing TJV. Kilo Delta 2 Tango Juliet Victor. Paul in Hawthorne, New York.
Roger that. I got a hearing down here, but I got my power lines and stuff are making noise out there.
Yeah, I hear you.
Paul, I hear you out here, but you guys are up and down like James Brown.
Kilo 2, Foxtrot, India Golf, K2FIG, on copy.
Hey, Luis, man. You're doing pretty well here, as to be expected. Welcome back for another fun night of AM, right?
Hey, roger that. Yeah, my amplifier is just acting up super hot in my room, man. I can only put out 40, and I don't know who else is here.
Well, let's see. You guys hearing FIG out there? That's Luis over here. He's my neighbor in Phillipsburg, New Jersey.
I'm getting a little bit over here, right next to the screen.
I think I hear them over here, Bill.
What's
Well, there you go, Luis. You're being heard. I guess not super strong. Tommy hears you all the way in East Rutherford, so that's a pretty good trip.
All right, roger that. I can put a little more power out, but not too much until my room cools up.
Yep. Yeah, QSL. Well, you know, you're doing just fine here, but I'm not very far.
You're going to give me Terminator Yingling.
Yeah, roger that. I'm just adjusting the squelch while I was watching some TV. So, and yeah, that's what I love about the AM. You can just squelch every bunch of noise out.
Let me see if I got it.
FIG, I copied that. Was that you, Paul?
I did hear Paul out there. So he's on frequency. He was a little low here, but anyway, guys, I've been I've been operating for 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 38 seconds at this point. So I think I'm going to slide out of here and right off into the sunset, as they say. So y'all have fun and keep it up. It's really nice to hear some of my old friends from W2LI Club out there. It's a very pleasant surprise. And Paul and Luis, always good to talk to you guys. I know Clark was in there. We had a whole bunch of check-ins, so very good stuff. And on that note, I'll say 7-3, and we'll do this again real soon. W2BTK on Montana Mountain. Bye-bye.
Hey, what's Luis's call letter?
Oh, man, Vinny, I just got in. You're going to ride off into the moonlight? Yeah, I got to read on you. Paul. How am I coming through over there? My noise levels are a little up at about 7, 8, but you're making it right there at 9, and I got a copy on you. How about me?
K2FIG, N2MI.
I'm going to hang out on stream for just a few minutes here. I'm not shutting the stream yet, so I'm just kind of signing off the radio slowly.
Yeah, you said you had a DX60? Is that a copy?
A DX60, come back?
You said you had a DX60?
No, negative. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. I must have heard something different then. All right, we're on a modified Viking 2. It's a straight Viking 2, no external audio or anything. So it's just about 100 watts.
Yeah, Tommy, that's all location. I hear a lot of stuff. It's so quiet up here. I mean, you've been up here. There's no neighbors, no electrical noise and crap like that. I mean, I hear stuff up here. Dude, yeah, that's a mess down by you, man. You got New York City and all that crap. Ugh. It's kind of how it was where I was living in my parents' house. It's always like, S9 or 10/9 of just noise, and I couldn't hear the Timtron, and I was all bummed out, but it's super quiet up here, man, and that's kind of why I bought this place. I want to hear stuff. Electrically quiet. So, who all we got in here? It's, I know Pickle's in here. I think Jim signed. Hot Glass might still be hanging out. Tommy. Connor's probably working some DX or something. I don't know where he went. You gotta yell at your wife to unplug her wireless charger. Oh, damn. I don't, I guess I could see a list of who's in chat. Oh, Giant. How could I forget? Our newest VIP, Giant from Jax. Dude, that sucks. Like, there was all sorts of stuff in the house that was producing crap and noise in my receive when I was at my parents' house, and I'd go unplug it, and they get pissed off, and then I'd try wrapping it with ferrites, and it would work sometimes and not others. And now it's like, I walk over to my breaker box. I did this just yesterday. I shut every single thing off, plugged in a laptop that ran, had a good battery in it, fired up the SDR, and there was no change in my noise floor. So there's not a single thing in this house that's making any kind of noise. And there's such a lack of neighbors that, like, it's just not even an issue. I do have a good laptop. I have a Dell laptop you've never seen. Same deal as, like, that desktop. It was like a business laptop. And I used that for a long time. It's got Windows 2000 Professional on it. And I used that as an SDR computer for a while. And yeah, no, I guess it's not a good laptop, so you're right. It's not that good. But the battery in it works. Actually, no, you know what? I have a G3 Mac laptop, which was good. Is that good? G3 Titanium. It was a really beautiful machine. Finally migrating from broken headless laptop to a Dell Power Edge. Yeah, you were telling me about that server. That thing is really cool. You do, and your DNS sinkhole. I know you want to get that going, man. There's so many benefits to doing that, man. It's like all the tracking information and this and that and all that has value, man. Don't give it away for free, you know. If they wanted to pay me for it, I would turn my pie hole off, but you can't have that information for free. Jimmy, you're back. Yeah, I'm kind of done operating for the night, but I figured I would hang out and do a little bit of just chatting with you guys, because I really think that's pretty fun. What else is going on, guys? I don't know. There was some good stuff in this QSO. I might do some highlights. You're not interesting enough to track. I don't buy in advertising. Yeah, well, the smooth, delicious taste of Ovaltine. Dude, I was always a Nesquik guy. Every day, and I get home from school, man. And get the big straw and blow bubbles in it and everything. Oh, man, I still do that. Did I just say that? Jimmy's kitty. Jim, please. Oh, I'm sorry, man. But it kind of looks like Jim Feecey. Jim Feecey. Jim Feecey. Oh, my God, I shouldn't say that. Jim. All right, I'll remember that. Jim. Oh, man. Addicted to malts? Dude, where do you even go to get a real malt these days? I don't think it's, like, super possible. I know Jim... Oh, come on, man. Dude, Checkers. You ever go to that burger place, Checkers? I think there's one on Route 22 down there in Union. They had good milkshakes. They might have even called them malts, but where the hell do you get a real malt these days? Yeah, exactly. You got to go to like a legit old joint and get yourself a real malt. I'm not even sure like a lot of kids know what a malt is these days. Malt is, malt ain't. I don't know. Just about done with my Yingling. I forgot how much I like Yingling. I haven't been drinking beer lately. Jim F. YCC, Calgary. Oh, okay. Ah, I got you. Yeah, I've always called you Tommy, because that's what Dave calls you. But, man. Yeah, that was fun talking to those guys. I usually only ever hear them on 2-meter repeater. Oh, yeah. You gotta put your foot down. Tom is a farmer. I farm so my kids won't have to. You're a gangsta? I already knew that. You're gonna be an AM gangsta pretty soon, man, when you get that Johnson going. That's gonna be a big step up. You just gotta watch for your attic dipole, make sure nothing heats up. I had all kinds of weird crap going on when I stepped up the power level over here. Yeah, you've got wired smoke alarms. Billy, yeah, exactly. BTK, Billy the Kid. Believe it or not, Jim, that was my old CB handle. I used to do CB a lot before I got into this stuff, so I figured, hey, why not just use my old CB handle? I'm pretty sure, Tommy, if you like bypass all that crap, and it's all DC, right? So bypass caps. Yeah, I don't know if that would work. You might have to. Well, no, that would work. What am I talking about? That would work just fine. Just get yourself a whole bunch of 1,000 puffs. Stick them everywhere. I think that's what they do in the fire alarm panels. Live 250 watts on your 2-meter makes it angry. Yeah, dude, the higher in frequency you go, the more squirrely stuff gets, pretty much. I mean, I'm afraid to try all this stuff on 10 meters, man, because I just know it's going to rip stuff up. Yeah, well, having a beam helps, man. You can point it at stuff. I've got this dipole, and my 2 meter setup is a vertical, so 360 degrees of devastation. Do I mobile soda? No, I never done a summits on the air. The most the closest I get to any of that stuff is I do field day every year. And then a friend of mine, also from that W2LI club, the guys who I was talking to, his name is Rob, and we'll go do some contests here and there, either at his place or there's actually a scout camp in New York. What is it? I forget exactly the call sign, but they have a pretty good 3-position station over there. We go do some contests over there. Oh God, he's calling you Jimothy. Let's see, he's got a 25. Oh yeah. Yep. No, that's a ripping setup. I did. You brought that down to field day one year with the painter's pole and everything. We set it up on the back of Paul's pickup truck, if you remember that. And you were what was that? The go to what did you call that station? No points. That's what that station was. 0 points station, making the most contacts. Joda, yeah, Joda is cool. That's yeah, all that stuff is cool. I wanted to get millennials on the air going, man, but that was kind of a joke. I made a special event call sign for the AM rally this year. It was W0T. What? And I made the reason for the call the millennials on the air event. But I should actually seriously do that one of these days. I think that'd be cool. You get points for checking in with millennials. Ex-girlfriend, yep. Extra gravy, extra gonads. He's got a good call sign. There's some pretty good phonetics for BTK too. But I really need to pass my extra, man. I keep slacking on that. It's a lot though. I mean, it's like I get all tripped up by these questions about like this ancient stuff that's like not even, I mean, like the ancient stuff that I use is like tube stuff that's still relevant and like you find places, but like just these old names for these like circuits that people came up with in the infancy of this or that, like I just don't know any of that, and I don't have a frame of reference, and I don't have a use for any of it, so it's like just something that I have to cram into my head and hold there until I take the test, and that sucks. It's hard to learn, you know? At least the general, all this stuff on the general is like, you use all that information. So I learned it all. So I posted a video about finding VEs. Are there any VEs in North Jersey testing? Oh, heck yeah. There's the one up by me, man, is like extreme volunteer examiner sessions. Like they told me like if you're studying in the middle of the night and like you're hot and you're like, yo, I'm gonna pass. Like they said, yo, call us up. We'll meet you at Quick Check, and we'll test you. Like, you know, they do like extreme VE, but right now I'm not too sure if they're doing it because of well, our governor's got this state on lockdown more so than a lot of places in the country. And yeah, Tommy's a VE. I know, I need to pass the extra, man. I really do. But I've been taking practice tests, and I still only get like 50% on them. All the technical stuff I'm fine with, most of the regulatory stuff, and then I said, like, there's just this old, antiquated knowledge that you need to have of this stuff that nobody uses anymore. And it trips me up, man. And it's all like names you need to memorize. Like, it's not like you can find a frame of reference for any of this stuff. It's like either you know what it's called or you don't. Like, it's just, it's hard. You'll kill someone and get me a 1x2? That'd be cool. I appreciate that. Hopefully that's not too expensive. Holy crap. Who's my Elmer? Well, I guess I'd have to say that's W2XG's dad, W2VW. He's been holding my hand with a lot of this stuff. One of the smartest guys I met in the hobby. And I met him through the CB, man. Believe it or not. Oh, Pickle's a VE. But he's been out for 10 plus years. You still obviously have your license though, so that should work. Oh crap, Connor, let me sit up straight. Sorry about that. How's that? Welcome back, Connor. It's oh man, there's single sideband on 3885. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go turn the high voltage off on the amp just in case Kitty wanders in there or something. There's no reason to have crazy high voltage on when I'm not using that thing, so give me 1 sec. I'm gonna run in there and hit some breakers. Yeah. Here, I'll switch the camera angle for y'all. You can see me coming and going. My. All right. We're back. Am I an Elmer? I hope not. I'd probably confuse the hell out of people. But I mean, yeah, in a way. In a way, I guess. I mean, I help people when they have questions and this and that. That's basically what an Elmer is. Ah. You're going to try a new station? Oh, an 80 meter vertical. Well, you won't have quite the local signal, but I bet you'll be like 1,000 miles away. You're going to throw a hammer. Blinkies. What do you see? What are you talking about? These little splotches and stuff? Who is W2 very weak? I don't know. Oh, come on, man. Whoa, the tube just flew by. A tube with handles. Oh my God. Here's a scary emote. Look at that one. I don't think I could ever make that face again. Was that a GS35B? No, that was a YC156. Oh, my keyboard flickered. Yeah, the refresh rate on these LEDs is, you know, it screws up when you... I mean, it doesn't do that, like, this whole thing is just solid colored when I look at it, but the refresh rate is getting picked up by the camera, so it looks like it's blinking. Kind of like sometimes you videotape a car or something and the tail lights will flash like that. Kinda, not really. I mean, it might, like, on that emote, because it like really flattens it out and makes it a lot fatter looking than it is. Like it gained like 40 pounds from whatever formatting you have to do to make it work on Twitch. But tube with handles, man. It's a little bigger than a GS35B. That was cool. Oh, here's Kitty Cat. She came back. She loves me. What are you doing, Miss Kitty? You gonna climb up on my desk? Yeah, you are. Ooh, shaking her tail at the camera. Can you guys hear Kitty? She's talking to me. You can put it into a rig. Oh, yeah. Wait, which rig is that? You gonna put it in that Viking? That would be crazy stuff. HC1000. Dude, GS35B is badass. I mean, if you high-level modulate that thing, you could do 10 kilowatts PEP with it if you really slam it. But I mean, that's crazy. As a linear amplifier, they're cool. Not the cleanest thing in the world from what I've heard, though. Oh.
W2BTK. W2BTK.
Let me answer Connor.
It's W4IPC.
Hey, Mr. Connor, how you doing? I have already shut off the amp. I've only got about 40 watts. How am I doing over there?
Oh, you're only 20 over.
Only 20 over? Oh, come on, man. I wanted to be 50 over.
You probably would be.
Yep.
You're strapping whoever's on 73, I can tell you that.
That's funny as hell. With 40 watts that I drive the amplifier with. That's insane.
It's antenna. It's antenna.
The band conditions gotten better? Whiskey 2 X-ray golf.
Yeah, Tommy, you're kind of kicking ass in here.
This is 40 watts as well.
You're doing just fine, dude. Connor, you hearing Tommy?
Just slightly. Well, yeah. I better be. I'm putting the hammer down to...
Oh, the remote broke up a little bit there, and you strapped Tommy. But Tommy's doing well here. I mean, you see yourself on the feed there, Tommy? You take a look at your SNR. Yeah, you could probably knock that out with some ferrite. I know Rob, what's his new call? UU? RWF Rob. He had the same deal, and he just wrapped the AC line in that little junction box outside his house and knocked 20 dB out of his receive.
I was just listening to that. Every time I key up, I hear... We are running 225 whiskeys of carrier power. Look at that. Yeah, look, I'm doing it to me. W2BTK, this is W4IPC. Oh, and, what's your call on the side? Erie. Yeah, Billy, you got it right there. Your hum came up there in that last yay. But, yeah, you gotta get the you gotta get the voice in there. Maybe he'll come on to that. Maybe I'll be able to talk to him. Maybe he'll talk to me. Maybe since I'm strapping, they'll talk to me.
Wait, who was that?
Who was that? They kind of came in front of me. Go ahead.
Oh, it's you, Rich. Hey, I'm back. Connor pulled me out of the woodwork. I'm only running like 40 watts right now, so that's the difference there. I'm hearing you well.
It's all you need. I think there's some AM on 3890. I see a carrier. I don't know. Them Don Southerners?
Yeah, they're...
I'm going to see if I can listen to what's going on down on 10 meters, because from what I understand, there's a party down there. So, we'll actually go from the group BTK and 73.
All right, Tommy, did you say you're going up to 10 meters? Well, okay. That would take me about, I don't know, 20 minutes to change bands, go up there. So by the time I do that, I'd probably be dead. Who knows? So I'm just going to stay put here. I'm not going to be in here for too long anyway. Just have my usual evening chat with Connor here. So, hey, have fun, buddy. W2BTK.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same tuner as you, but my solution to it is I have a second tuner, and that one's fucking dead, and I just move the ladder line over, and I don't. All right, so long, buddy. 73.
Bye-bye.
Here, I'll say this over the air, as well as me typing it out. 10 meters and 6 meters today. We're open to JA. I was working JAs today on the 10 meter and 6 meter, so that's a good sign, you know? That's a good sign. Wow, I'm running a bit wide. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We narrowed her down to 8400 high cut. W4 IPC. I think there was another station in there too. I think I kind of left you out. Go ahead. Must be my imagination.
Damn, Connor, you are wide.
Yeah, I'm running plus or minus 8 point. Here, I'll bring it down more. What are you running? 7.5? I'll bring it down there. 7.5. There we go.
Yeah, that's what I run, 7.5, but at the lower power level, I don't think I have enough signal to really make it like all the way out there. What are you seeing on me? She sells seashells by the seashore.
Yeah, you're right about right there with where I am. Yeah, you're right about there. You should be seeing pretty brick wall there on that one. Nothing like, yeah, I was running wide. I was running wide. I was running 10 kilohertz plus or minus. I didn't notice it. Maybe 73 doesn't notice it either, because they're coming all the way up to your car.
Yeah, the cutoff on that thing is sharp. It's like 0 IMD.
Yes, sir. That's what you call a good amplificator.
Yeah, well, it's the exciter too is super clean.
Yeah. Can we move up? 73 is Trevor just was talking, it's totally destroying you. Or, go turn on the high voltage. Something. But man, they're destroying you. What's up with that? Can't we just have fun? W4IPC.
Hello?
Ooh, that's a nice smell.
Who's that, Rob? Okay, fine.
Yeah. Man, I hope Farmers on 73 right now is messing with their VFO, because they're more crooked than Anyway. Yeah, Billy, you're starting to get kind of right now when they transmit. But anyway, what's up with that stupid digital crap up there? Why are those Europeans always got it? Don't they know we're trying to have AM QSO? Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very rude of them with that digital stuff. Somebody's testing on frequency. I wonder who that is.
Okay. What you been up to today, Billy? What you been up to?
I had to go grocery shopping, get a couple things. I picked up a new battery for my car that had a dead battery. The one that, I don't drive every day. So I was at the grocery store and the local Walmart, that place. And then, I came home, did a couple things, and started up the live stream around, 6 o'clock. I've been staying up super late every night, man, until like 2 or 3, so I sleep in until like 10:30 every day for the most part. I've been getting a real late start. I gotta stop that crap, because I'm gonna be going back to work soon.
Yeah, that's, oh boy. Trying to piggyback on our carriers. I don't have enough signal for that. Yeah, what did I do today? I did a whole bunch of running around, brought packages everywhere, brought packages to USPS, UPS, all sorts of crap. Then, when I was watching a live stream earlier, I was actually picking up carpet. Yeah. Carpet. And racing home before it started raining. No one likes soggy carpet. Nobody. Maybe the dummy shall learn to use a dummy load. And look at that, I got some hum on my carrier, don't I there, Billy? I'm watching it. Yeah, I do indeed. W2BTK from W4IPC, Jefferson, New York.
You might have a little hum, but I don't really hear it. I could crank my stuff and turn the subs on and see if it's there, but it's why? You're fine. And hey, look at that, Connor. I'm piss weak for once. Yeah,
I'm actually getting concerned. Getting wiped out by 73. And look at that carrier. Wow. Whoever's on. Wow. That's more crooked than a politician. Anyway, there's people talking in chat. That FT3 is a pretty neat little radio. It does HF receive. I think it does airband receive. And it's a neat little radio. It does AM on HF too. So if Hard Rock Poker is listening, of course I'm talking to Billy. I'm not broadcasting. I'm transmitting. 3885 Let's see if you can't hear us. W4 IPC.
Yeah, Mr. Hard Rock Poker's in here. I don't know if you caught the, well, yeah, I'm sure you did catch the chat. He was playing around. He's got a diamond antenna, was listening on 70 centimeters to some activity that was going on down there in Delray.
Oh my lord, what is going on? There's carrier. That's one fat carrier on 3880, ain't it, Billy?
Yeah, he's got that phase modulated goodness. We all know about that.
He's dropping a ball. I say that, I've never been on CB, so I don't know. There's a carrier on 3880, 3884, 3889, and one on 3885. A big one on 3885.
Man, well, hey, Connor, good news about some of my buzz stuff. I mean, the one in my transmit's still there. It seems to be behaving and not that bad, but that wicked buzz that I had in my D-mod, I knocked some of that crap out today. Tommy helped me out. It was just receiver overload, man. Was all that was. I knocked the IF gain down to 0, and I lowered my RF gain, and it cleaned it up quite a bit. And it should be pretty good.
Yeah, I was watching when you did that. Yeah, it really seemed to knock down the, really seemed to knock it down, because, yeah, you were probably overloading it, but, you know. It is what it is, right? It's kind of hot in the shop. Make yourself a buzzer lead transmission. I'm going to go turn on the air conditioner.
A buzzard lead transmission, yes, okay. I don't know what to say. Don't put me on the spot like that. I got to go to the bathroom. So while you're away, I'm going to be away. How about that? I'll turn the tables on you. So yeah, let me go drain the log real quick. I'll be back in just a second. W2BTK on Montana Mountain running exciter power at reduced power.
Prices, but it's subsidized, at least according to my friends who own liquor stores in Mass.
It might be sour grape. I don't know. Subsidized? You think the state actually subsidizes liquor? I think it's just they don't charge tax on it.
Yeah. What did he say? He said he can't buy it. Now, unless he's making it up. Let's say he's not. He said he can't buy it from his suppliers for the prices that New Hampshire sells it for.
Well, it could be a quantity discount that New Hampshire gets. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be.
The thing too is I think the state doesn't tax the liquor is quite as excessively, certainly as excessive as New York. Joey's always amazed the price differences, even up here in Maine compared to New York.
Yeah, and in Maine, you got that deposit you got to pay on everything. Beer, even whiskey bottles. What is it? 15 cents you got to pay for deposit. That's another thing they don't have here in New Hampshire.
Billy's back by W2. There we go. Getting some walk. W2BTK from W4IPC.
Yeah, I went to go drain a log there, and I figured I'd tune off frequency to just not have dead air and static coming over my stream, so at least, we'll listen to those guys bloviate a little bit, and that would be fine. But we're back. W4IPC, W2BTK. There you go. There you go indeed, laddie. So you put a peak, did you make your own peak kit or what? Yeah, I did. And I haven't shown that on stream yet. Let me zoomulate the camera on down there. Hopefully I can get a little bit of a view. Let me pull this out off the desk a little. I'm going to do that now. You watching, Connor?
I'm watching. I am not listening. I have you muted, but I am watching.
All right, yeah, so this is my peak reading watt meter kit, and this board that I stuck on the back of the meter there, that's my homebrew peak envelope power adapter that I threw together, and that's like a circuit that I found online that I modified a little bit to make it work a little better for what I want to do, and it's pretty accurate, man. I test that against some other stuff that I had, the scope and whatnot, and it works. And as you can see, I do have a forward element in there, and I'm doing so little power that it's not even moving. But if I turn the amplifier on, you will see that move. And I'm not going to tell you what the forward element is in there.
I'm sure it's a 1000H. Yes, the BTK face. Zoom right in on the BTK face. Yeah, I need to get a line section. I do. I need to get a line section so I can start reading my power. I do. Because right now I got this Bird 43 sitting here, stock. It's more stock than a race car. It's got, let's see, I got 100H slow, 100 watt HS, 250 for, not the spread of movement. 250 for 100 to 250 megahertz, and 25 watt for 200 to 500 megahertz. So I need to get a line section and some nice meters, and probably 1000H slug, and yeah, we will be good. We shall be good. Very nice homebrew stuff, Billy. Very nice homebrew. What's that, those other 2 meters there, the blue ones, are those not in use?
No, those are in use. So, the one on the right is forward power, the one on the left is reflected power. And they both read average power, not peak. So when I want to adjust my carrier, I take a look at this forward power meter, and then this reflected power meter, we all know what that does. But the good thing about these blue meters, and the reason why I use them, is because they see these little buttons here. I can set a level for if my reflected power goes over a certain amount, it will unkey everything. It puts me off the air until I hit this big red reset button right there after I fix whatever problem was happening. So I can also set a forward power, trip, so that if I go over a certain level by accident, it won't, hurt anything. It'll just say, no, I'm not going to let you do that. But that doesn't work as well. I haven't gotten it quite working well. I get a lot of false trip outs with that, so I have to take a look at why that's happening. But at least the high SWR cutoff feature is working, and if I go over a certain amount, it just unkeys it and saves the tube. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go. There's some stupid Overlanders on 3890. Some stupid Overlanders. Get off my frequency. I've been here for 3 years. That's nice. Yeah, I gotta find a sugar daddy broadcast engineer like you do. Like you got. Sugar daddy broadcast engineer around here. Get me one of them nice blue things. Cause I'm pretty sure those are the, what are they? The coaxial dynamics, whatchamacallem, broadcast feeder, right? I think they're good to like some crazy, like I think they use them for TV broadcast even in the UHF. So yeah. I need the stupid COVID stuff, the stupid COVID crap so I can go meet people. Can't meet people on the air. Well, I can, but that ain't no fun.
Yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to meeting you at some Hamfest or something once all this crap is done with. But, yep, COVID puts a big old damper on all that stuff. And yeah, you're right. This big blue meter that came out of a television transmitter, it's TV transmitter stuff, exactly. And they use it for FM and this and that, but they're very popular in broadcast, and that's where they came from. Dave VW had a stack of them he was selling, so he, when I got the amp, he kind of threw that in there because, honestly, it matches the color of my amplifier perfectly.
Kilo Delta 2, Tango Juliet Victor.
Hey, Paul, what's going on?
Just drop the power on
Well, you're still doing okay here. You're somewhat down there in the noise. Your carrier is pretty strong, but, the noise floor is coming up, and band conditions have definitely changed a lot. So it's, it is what it is, but I'm hearing you. Connor, are you hearing Paul out there?
Well, considering I kind of accidentally keyed over him, I'm hearing his carrier.
Kilo Delta 2, Tango Juliet Victor.
Yeah, I hear you, Paul. I don't think Clark is out here anymore, though. And Connor's not really hearing you out there, Paul. And there's a big carrier. Yeah, but you're doing okay in here, Paul. Definitely. Let me throw it back to Connor there. W4IPC down there in Virginia from W2BTK.
Yes, indeed. WTK. You see, the voice tracks room. They screw it up. I mean, what the hell? Yeah, that was my fat carrier. That was my fat Mars. I keep teasing you with it. I'd never use a kilowatt carrier on the air, of course, modulated. But someone's on 3880. What's up with that? They're like starting to blow you away. So I'm just gonna increase my audio bandwidth just so you can hear me a little better. Have a little more fidelity. A little more fidelity in my audio for you then. Just, for intelligibility purposes. W2BTK from W4IAC and 73, Jim. Of course, I'm talking to Bill.
Yep. We just have to watch that third-party stuff. I mean, Jim's not licensed yet, so technically we're not supposed to address him on the air, but, dude, I won't tell anybody. Probably better to just type it in the chat, though. That's, like, definitely an FCC rule. I'm allowed to relay messages from Jim out over the air as long as the person I'm talking to agrees to accept third-party traffic. But, having a conversation like that where you read it in the chat and respond on the air, that's kind of... I mean, if somebody wanted to, they could get you in trouble for that.
Well, of course, anybody listening, if you'd like to report me to the FCC, my address is 708 Greenfield Lane, Chesapeake, Virginia, 23322. Go ahead and report us to the 18-year-old ham. Anywho, I like causing trouble. Can you tell that, Billy?
Dude, me too. Gosh. I've had several conversations with Clark about it. He wants to kind of tell some people about this channel, but he's like concerned because of stuff like that. So I've been trying to cut back on it. But, my style of troublemaking is just literally talking about things that people do and double standards and things like that nobody wants to draw attention to, but, I talk about them. Because that's real ham radio. It's real. The mad real world, yo.
W2BTK, KDJ, question for you.
Yeah, Paul, I heard you in there. What is your question?
Why can't more operators be like you?
Oh, I don't know, but what exactly do you mean by that, though? That could mean a lot of things.
I mean it in a compliment. You guys are very sociable. You like to talk. It's not just a simple chat. You have a good time. Interacting with the new people as well as friends. So that's my question. It's rhetorical, but if you want to answer it, by all means.
Well, I kind of do have an answer. I think that a lot of ops out here that, talk around here, AM, the AM ghetto crowd, they're just very used to running QRO and having, these big strapping signals out here and stuff. And honestly, in my opinion, that dulls your skills. If you come out and you just run crazy power all the time, it's going to dull your skills. They forget to listen. They forget to acknowledge the weaker stations. They're just not listening for it and not interested into talking to somebody unless they're like 50 over in their receive. And that just comes from running too much power all the time. And hell, I run power and I put a big ass signal out there sometimes, but then there's times like now where I'm running below 50 watts. I mean, this is like QRP stuff for these frequencies. So that pretty much be my answer. If in a nutshell, I think that explains a lot of it. And it's just I don't want to say lack of skills, but a dulling of the skills from just getting used to running high power all the time. And I think it contributes to a lot of that. So that's my answer. W2BTK. And thank you, by the way, for the compliment.
There you go, N3 JUH radio.
I think I keyed on him also.
Yeah, guys, Paul was talking in there, but N3JUH, I hear you. Very, very strapping signal tonight. And, yeah, I was talking to Paul down there, TJV. Excuse me, KD2 TJV. He's down there in New York. And a little bit low, so I don't know, JUH, if you're hearing Paul out there. I know Connor's having a little trouble, but I'm hearing him well, so, you know, I was just trying to, he asked me a question, I was trying to answer him, but, yeah, let's start over to N3JUH Radio. How you doing tonight?
Yeah, W2BTK, hey, sounding great here. I throw you over, no problem whatsoever, and about the penis of it. Collins 30K2 here. With the old dive-proof, the ladder line about 35 feet with the old brown ladder line to a kilowatt. Yeah, you're banging here. You sound good. You got a good antenna or something as you run there. You're sounding great there. So, N3JUH, back over to you. You have Jim here, over.
Yeah, Jim, that's the advantage to having a pretty decent antenna. I can get out here with less than 50 watts, and it's effective.
Yeah, you know, so many people that burn a lot more with a lot of less power putting out of this thing, and it's only like a 125, and it's about the output, about 225 here, so, but yeah, but this is incredible, but I sure luck with the old common 30K2 with the old orange face and the old 125. It's kind of like neat, but the glass window in the front, and you don't even need a loading meter just to watch what tube it goes out and the output and everything, but yeah, you're sounding good here at W2BTK N3JUH Radio.
W2BTK, KD2TJV.
Yup. Hey, Paul, you came up there. Did you change something? Yeah, you're kind of up and down like James Brown. Hey, Jim, are you hearing Paul out there, KD2TJV?
No, I'm just hearing you. You're like 25 over, but I don't really hear him over.
Man. Yeah, I'm the only one that's really hearing you well, Paul. Sorry about that. The other two stations, I don't think that they have a copy, so, you know, and they've been keying up and stuff, and, you know, it's not their fault. I just don't think they hear you very well, but we must have a good line of sight or something, because you're doing fine here. Yep. Oh, now we got a carrier in there. Well, yeah, it's a good group here on 3885. I don't know how much longer I'm going to hang out. I've been operating for like over 4 hours now.
Oh, W2BTK, you're banging in here. Over. No problem whatsoever.
got K1GTX in there as well.
Okay, I'll get a word in. There's a station down on 3873 that I was hearing Paul. I was hearing him. Not anymore, unfortunately. I was going to try and get you in the logbook, Paul, but I'll throw you in there anyway. I was starting to hear you, and then our buddy down the band started talking. But anyway, yeah, you're starting to come up. Maybe I'm coming up to you. I haven't QRZ'd you yet, so I don't know where your location is relative to the radio here. So yeah, I don't know. Could be bad. It probably is band conditions because Bill. I'm watching Billy stream. He's hearing you pretty well. So anyway, well, I can always listen to Billy stream. But anyway, it is good to hear you. I was starting to hear you. Anyway, who do I give it to? I don't know who to give it to. So I'll just let 15 people double when I 11111.
There you go, N3JUH right here in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. You're sounding good there, W2BTK. No problem whatsoever. You're like 30 over.
Yeah, I should turn the amp on. I could probably put 60 dB in your receiver, but that's stupid stuff. I don't need to do that. Yeah, look at that. We've got Pennsylvania and Virginia all in one QSO.
Hey, turn it on. It's too, life's too short to run this week, so crank it up, man.
Yeah, life's too short for QRP.
Nah, I was running QR all day, man. I can give that thing a rest. So it is what it is. A Viking reduced power. Yeah, about 42 watts carrier. I'm probably peaking, a couple hundred watts on the peaks. So if I've got that much signal in JUH's radio and Connor says I'm coming up again, that's fine. I'm just going to rely on my antenna system rather than running a bunch of watts. Hey, who would have thought you could do something like that? I think more people should do that.
I'll tell you what, if I gave myself a 10 kilowatts here and run that power out, I'd run it and I'd say, oh, we live it. But I would run that damn thing at 750 watts AM carry out all the time, but
is this what you
that's
really
just the way I feel. So yeah, there you go, your old 30K2. It's like 250 watts out, and I guess it works okay.
100%. Hold on, I don't want to destroy this amplifier with driving 25 watts of carrier and shit.
Oh, Connor, I hate to say it, but Jim took you out.
Yeah. I turned the amp down. I put it into standby, so I was just 25 watts of carrier. So yeah. We're back on the amplification device. Yeah, you're coming up, Bill. Your SNR is about 50. About 50 dBm. So, not coming good. W2BTK, and I forgot the other gentleman's cosine, and N3JUH radio, W for IPC, just
Yeah, okay there, W2BTK, N3JUH. Hey, you always sound good. You always sound good on your rig there, and yeah, I guess it's 30K2, and about 250 watts in the output here, but a low dipole with a kilowatt matchbox, and you see an R390A here, but yeah, but you're sounding good here. No problem, and crank it up. What the hell?
Nah, no need. I'm not cranking it up again tonight. I've been cranked all day. So I let this crap, I give it a rest, you know. It's not necessary. Not necessary at all. I've got I don't have to prove any points to anybody. As long as you guys are hearing me, that's all I care about.
Yeah, you must have a great antenna there. Mine's only 5 feet off the ground, so with the dipole to the ladder line. So what's your antenna there, over?
Bandwidth died out again there. There we go. High fidelity Billy audio.
Well, there you go, N3JUH radio. How's your sound of this thing, over?
You know, I ought to send you a picture of my microphone, Billy. You'd love to see this thing. I'm just looking at your microphone. This thing is, am I getting strapped? Is someone strapping me? I think someone's strapping me. I need to order one of those, whatchamacallums, the little weights for your mic boom. So until I get that ordered, I've got a 60-40 lead solder holding my mic to my face since the springs on the boom are quite heavy. W4IPC. Go ahead, W4 armpits.
Yeah, you're sounding good, no problem there. N3H, I gotta roll around here, I gotta go to the old salt mine tomorrow, so 732, gentlemen. Good talking to you here on the old 30K2. I'm gonna run now. I was running the old BC610 with a Will Cox modulated transformer. Everybody said that the audio sounded kind of like light, but at least the damn thing worked. I paid like $240 for the transformer, but yeah, it works in the old BC610. But I'm going to look for another modulation sign for that deal there. So 17th here. 7-3 there, W2BTK, and N3JH here in Bethlehem, Penis. You're good night there. Over. I'm gone.
All right, Jim. Nice catching you out here. And real quick, the antenna system over here is a non-resonant doublet at about 40 feet, and it's fed with open wire line with the double balance tuner. We'll catch you later there, man. Nice chatting with you. W2BTK.
Yeah, very good. You're banging here like 30 overnight in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. So 7-3 to you.
Narrow back down. Oh, we are getting latency. Yeah, we are getting latency. 53 milliseconds. Oh boy. Oh boy. Billy, are we going for 5 hours? I'm just taking a look at that number. Taking a look at that number on the screen. 4 hours, 16 minutes, 34 seconds. I also brought my audio back down. So maybe we're getting more power. Boo Boo better be getting them treats, I'm telling you. Boo better be fat.
No, don't make my kitty fat. She ate her treats that I left over there on the by the window over there from before. Why, did somebody cash in, give treats to my cat again? I don't see anything in the chat. I replaced the strap somebody reward with that because Clark was like, you know, like really, like if it, well, that's not good. So I was like, all right, fine, I get rid of it. Bam.
No, Clark being a buzzkill. Clark, where are you? You'd make this conversation so much more fun. Now it's just me and this guy up there in New Jersey. No one cashed in Kitty. I was making sure Kitty got the treats, you know. Gotta make sure. Oh boy. Let's see, what else? Posture check, highlight my message, using emote check. Take over that, because I can't unlock any of the emotes for Oh, for you. Can I? I don't know. Anything. No. Yes, I cannot get these emotes, unfortunately. Yes, indeed. I cannot unlock these emotes with my perks, but that's okay. Give treats to my cat. VIP for a day. I wonder what that does. Anyway, that DRM is getting bad. It is. Let me check the DX special. I'll make a good transmission here, Billy. I'll make a good transmission. Let's see. Let's check. 20, 40, 15. 20, 40, 15, and 10. Why not 10 as well? 10 meters is still open, Billy. Wow. 10 meters is still open. Let's see, we got 10 meter activity, we got some good 40 meter, we got India on 20 meters. Oh man. Yeah. Up to 10 meters empty. Shoot, I might even go and play 10 meter AM. I've never done that though. I don't even know, is that a thing? Do people do 10 meter AM? IPC.
Oh, hell yeah, Connor. There's good AM on 10 meters. Once the cycle starts back up, especially, I mean, you can work DX AM on 10 meters. There's a lot of good stuff.
Your modulation gets dropped significantly.
Yeah, you're way down too.
Wow. Oh. I had the amplifier on half power. Maybe yeah. And it's going to it matters. Anyway. I'm gonna go play at 10 meters, Billy. I don't think anybody's going to be on AM or 10 meters, but I'm going to play 10 meters. So, W2BTK, I'm American from W2BTK. Bye, Billy.
Bye, Connor. Yeah, maybe you can work some JAs on AM on 10 meters. Oh, Mr. Kamaru. I don't know if that's what they would say. Maybe. All right, dude, have fun. Yeah, 10 meters might work well. Who knows? 10 meters at nighttime. Give it a shot, man. So, yeah, I'm going to revert back to chatting with chat. You know, I think it's just, there's some people watching, my main chatters, Tommy and Giant. But, yeah, have fun on 10 meters there, Connor. And we'll catch you. W4IPC from W2BTK 73.
Aha! I strapped you on the FEFS here. That's my accomplishment for today, Billy. I strapped you. I'm half Japanese. 73, Billy. This shall capture. I'll listen to the stream. 73. Billy the Kid from W4IPC. I pitch champagne.
Bye-bye. Oh, I like that Weezer song about the half Japanese girls. All right, catch you later. Alrighty, folks. Why is my webcam so grainy? It's grainy. Ew. Yeah, it doesn't look good. What the hell's going on? Who's left? I know Tommy's in here. Connor went to go play on 10 meters. That was pretty fun. I had a lot of fun on the radio today. I didn't think I was going to get back on the radio, but look, Connor has that effect. You're barely in here. You should see his grainy-ass camera. I noticed when I screw with the lighting, excuse me, it gets like grainy. It looks a little bit better now. Might have auto-focused or something. Autofocus. All right. Hey, Tommy, man, I'll catch y'all later. There, Tater. Whoa, 10 meters is packed. Dang, is there any AM up there? I should get on 11 meters. No AM. Well, go work some DX, man. Oh, Dave's listening on 2900. Oh, I could give that a shot, but it would take me a while to get all this crap tuned up there. And I'm kind of in the powering down mode at this point. I've been operating for 4.5 hours almost. And I really don't want to stay up until 2 a.m. again tonight. It happens every night. I get off the stream, and then I do all my editing and this and that. So I might try to make a clean break tonight. 10 meters does sound like fun. But yeah, 29.0, that's where like Dave hangs out. That's where a lot of good AM is, if there's gonna be AM. So if you want to do AM stuff, Mr. Connor, there's Dave, and he will probably put a strapping signal on you with his antenna system and what he's got going on over there. So if you want to do AM on 10 meters for the first time, 29.0 megahertz, it's the place to be. Oh, you're running a 3/3, Jesus. Yeah. No, you guys won't have any problem talking. So, yeah, maybe you can go work Dave on 10 meter AM. That'd be pretty fun, right? Oh, 5/5. Yeah. Man, 29.000 000 AM. That's right. That's right, Bubba. Yeah, go work Dave. He's hanging out. 29.000 AM. See, slowly coming back up. Wow, yeah, look, Connor, I see your text message here. That's a pretty crowded band, a lot of strong signals. Look at that. Did you hear him, Dave? He's calling you. Good stuff. Whoa. Uh-oh. Did you drop pizza on the ground? Kitty doesn't need to eat that. Bread's not good for kitties. Pickle, they're on 29 megahertz, 29.000 AM. Connor should be pretty strong out there running a 5/5 Yagi. It's insane, man. But should get my ass on 10 meters, but dude, I really need to go to bed at a reasonable time tonight, and if I stay on the radio, it's going to be another 2 a.m. thing, and I'm going to sleep in until 10:30, and I just don't want to do that. I've been doing that for the past week. I might go ahead and shut down the stream at this point. I think we had a successful stream today. What about you guys? Good fun, lots of interesting QSOs. Good stuff happening on the bands. Look at that. Oh, I'm still dropping frames. I really need to. Oh, you know what? I need to open OBS as administrator. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, you just hear carrier? Yeah. It may or may not work. I mean, probably have no problem talking to guys farther out in DX land, but who knows? I guess you just don't have a path. So that's kind of a weird hop anyway. It's too far for ground wave. Although, isn't that remote in like New York or something, Connor? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I always know just from the like 11 meter DX from years and years ago, the like 1 or 2 states away was always pretty hard to do. You'd either talk to guys far away or up close, and then you got to like bounce off an airplane or something to talk a state or two away. But yeah, anyway, guys, I'm gonna kill the stream and go do all my editing and crap, and then try to get in bed before midnight tonight. So, wish me luck, right? Again, thank all you guys for hanging out with me. If you want to check out past broadcasts and stuff, go there, YouTube 631 New Jersey. I upload all these Twitch streams there, and then sometimes I'll highlight certain parts of the streams and post those separately. So check that out. If you're not following on Twitch, you might want to hit that follow button. It'll give you alerts and stuff when I go live. If you want to have an easier time finding the stream, if you're not already following. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it, and I have a lot of fun doing this, too. Especially when the chat gets rowdy. I really like that. Love chatting with you guys. So, Giant, Connor, Dave, Mr. Pickle, and 3MF. We'll catch y'all later, man. We'll see you next time. Most likely, I will be streaming tomorrow night, so look for me then. Peace out, everybody, and have a good night. See you later, man.